Cool. Alright. Bonk. It wasn't worth it. I hate that there's a uwu in my title now. All the characters, chat, are over 18. Because apparently that matters. This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. That's your fair warning now. If you're sad, go away. Would you like to review detailed content warnings which contain spoilers? No. I agree. Let's do it! I don't remember where I go for this one. Ba ba da ba da. Loud. Ba da da da. Okay. I would like. I want voice actors. You think? Where can I find voice actors? I hope my mother doesn't walk into the room of me watching a girl man play Doki Doki with ooh in the title. True. True. This bop is good. I need voice actors. Who wants to voice a character in Doki Doki Literature Club? Aculum voice a character. Oh. So if I go into Unity roleplay, just be like, hey, anyone want a voice act? Where's Kaz when you need him? You voice one? I won't. I'm not gonna. No, it's fine. I'll just do all of it myself. I gotta make friends. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. This girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently. I get tired of waiting up. But if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk once they already catch up to me. I overslept again. But I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Clay. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you wanted to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled, with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Clay, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining clubs. I play video games and jack off. That's all I do. I haven't been looking either. Sneeze. That's not true. You told me you joined a club this year. Did I? Oh god. Yeah. I sneeze. Oh no. If I yell I sneeze, she makes it break. That's not true. Okay. Hey, we know all the characters in this game are over 18 now, so move away. I'm sure it's possible that I did. One of our many conversations where oh, it's me. Where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me. I'm perfectly content just getting by on average while spending my free time on games and anime. Natsuki's just malnourished? I guess so, yeah. Uh-huh. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. I know you're happy, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright, alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Please promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I'll promise you that. Yay. Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. Yep. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. Thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me if it's to make you late for your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know what? Well, you can come to my club. Sayori. Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Meanie. Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it'd be fun to help start a new club. Though she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title of vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kinda told the club yesterday I'd bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead or if she's so cunning as to have planned all this out. Without a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs. A section of the school I rarely visit. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, new members here. I told you don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Now I have to make voices for everyone. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Damn, playa. Way to kill the atmosphere. I don't have any more voices. I'm out. Help. Clay, what a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. Oh my god. You hear the one that sounds like that famous rapper? Yo, what are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it, playa. Sorry. Natsuki. Huh? The girl with the sour attitude whose name is apparently Natsuki is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back to the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. This is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. Sounds like you already know Monica, is that right? That's right. Great to see you again, Clay. Monica smiles sweetly. That's a little bit ominous. I wonder if... Does it know? Because I'm pretty sure it knows. Keep those fucking voices. I will. We do know each other. Well, we barely talked. We are in the same class last year. Have they seen your damn save file of the original game? Maybe. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. I have to pee. Grabbed a beer. Grabbed a beer too. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... Yeah, you too, Monica. Come sit down, Clay. We made room for you at the table. You can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I'll get them, playa. Sorry, I get a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been been widened so that there's one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready, player? Ta-da! Whoa! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray and reveals a dozen fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make the ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Sorry to take one, player, damn. Sayori grabs one first, and then Monica I follow. It's delicious. Sayori talks with her mouth full. Has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki's quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. What? Are you thanking me? It's not like I... Baka, player. Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything. Oh god! No! It does see my save file. I know it does, because that's not there normally. Hotch technically did, Sayori said. Well, maybe. Not for you, you know, you dummy player. Alright. Baka player. Or it's an extra bit of dialogue? Maybe, but it's still like, I don't know, man. It's too off. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before sitting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know... I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider What made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Aren't you like a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity, how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a great leader. Yuri also nods in agreement. Then, I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it comes to something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. It makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah. We'll do our best.
You know it, playa.
Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have really worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why we're all so delighted by the idea of new members joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So Clay, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read this past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Nah, not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that could change. I can't get the thought of Little Shinobi being a tsundere out of my head. I think Baka Playa should be something we make actually happen. That was fucking funny. Well, that could change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorite's usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. I really like cop movies a lot and paying my taxes. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes lit up that she's found comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. That's meta. I desperately grasped something I can relate to at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well have had a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
I hate horror.
Oh, why's that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud, playa. And give that back.
Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. Yuri sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
I'm not cute.
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No. You wouldn't want to hear it, playa. I rap too, but poems is a good start.
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. I keep fucking breaking character, goddammit. I'm trying so hard. But every time Yuri pops up when I do the Bigsby voice, it's so stupid. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. You have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. Aw, I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay. I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yeah, let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, it'll help us get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Clay? Monica smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on. There's still one problem. What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I'd join the club. Terry made me convince me to stop by, but I never made a decision. Some other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But I'm sorry, I thought... Clay, you all... I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls, right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes! I'm so happy! Sarah wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment.
If you really just came for cupcakes, I would've been super pissed, playa. I put a cap in your ass, playa.
And that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Clay, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. That. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, Clay. Is you're already here. Do you mind if we walk home together? That's right, Sari and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart from the club room and make our way home. I get you a Sprite cranberry, milady? Tips Fedora. Yes. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, of course Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, who do we want, chat? I forget. I think we went for Yuri last time. Like the last time I played.
It's the thirstiest time of the year, playa.
Yuri, best girl, true. I agree. Yuri is my favorite. Big titty goth girlfriend, true. Alright, Yuri or Natsuki? That's your choice, chat. If a mod wants to set up a poll, they can. Actually, yeah, one of you mods, because there's a million of you, set up a poll. For Yuri or Natsuki. You do /poll and then hit enter. There it is, boom. Now vote for the poll, everyone. Okay, full send Yuri, I guess. Alright, bet. Fuck. 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 No, tragedy will be Sayori. Pick the most depressing ones? No, because the depressing ones are Sayori. Vivid. Graveyard. Philosophy. Raindrops. Vibrant. Uncontrollable. Agonizing. Frightening. Contamination. Entropy. Variance. Cool. That was an easy Yuri poem. Alright, we'll go Yuri. Hi again, Clay. Glad to see you didn't run away from us. You'd never run away, right? Nah, don't worry. Might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep up my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Clay. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on. Like he deserves any slack. They already told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year, playa. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to come here and just hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Playa.
Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between Monica and manga. On polls who's best girl, Shinobi or Bigsby? Kinda, yeah.
Manga is literature.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back in her seat. Don't worry, guys. Clay always gives it his best as long as it's having fun. He helps me with my busy work without even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy, it's distracting. You almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two really are good friends, aren't you? Just friends though, right? I might be a little jealous. How come? You and Clay can become good friends too. Sayori. Huh? As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh, your even brought you something today, you know? Oh, wait, Sayori! Me? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking... I guess this means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. We could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. Clay really trying to get me to choke on the cookie. You're welcome. Ugh. This is... How's this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much? Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. That doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she's waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more. At the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. Catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. Looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Ugh. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. Sneaks another glance at me, and our eyes meet for a split second. That only makes her hide her face deeper in the book. Sorry, I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book that you gave me, right? Hmm? I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book? Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy 2 of them. Ah, I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. That's so? What's it about anyway? Well, Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol in the front cover. Alright, I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about the girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart. That's kinda dark, isn't it? You made it sound like it was gonna be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Very gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Clay? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy this kind of stories. Don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that those kinds of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy and that they believe in. Yeah, I've seen the game theory or whatever. I think it was game theory, but he went super in depth into the game files of this game. Yeah, or the first Doki Doki. Then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, there made out to be the naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, guess it's alright then. Look, I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kinda just forget to pay attention to other people. I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. Too bad they have to take out the data mining to make it work on consoles. Sheesh. Yeah, that's true. The least I can do is listen. Literature club, after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? You don't have to. What are you saying? Just a moment ago you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had in my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. Are you sure? I'm a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. Not that I don't want you to. It's something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand that Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I could feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry. I was just... Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk up until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Oh my god. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way, I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to the other side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Yeah, I know, this looks fucking terrible. This looks like the worst way to read a book ever. Can you imagine? I would hate to read a book with someone, by the way. I read so fucking slow. I would embarrass myself. Especially with someone like Yuri, who like actually reads a shit ton. You know what I mean? Are you ready? Huh? Turn the page. Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. Yuri's used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. Probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me. Yeah? Thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri. Might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. You think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways, but she also second guesses a lot of the things she says and does. Like she's afraid she'll do something wrong. I can see into your head or anything, but they're kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms. I see. Yuri remains silent for a moment. But Clay, that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. That's so embarrassing that you think that. But wait, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry, I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. What are you saying all of a sudden? Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. Saved by the Monica. We may not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thought. Is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. It's not. It's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. Alright. Guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, you know? That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time. Alright. I stand up, make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah? My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Homie is so goddamn horny, he uses his free time to read when he's never read before. He is a little down bad, I won't even lie. Well, now that everybody's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Theory and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Theory's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Where are we going first, chat? Just tell me the name you want me to click on in chat right now. Bum 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 bum. I love the music in this game. Ow. Bigsby. Okay, thank you. Wow.
Shinobi player.
So you gotta be smooth. You pick Bigsby. Notice you pick Bigsby first. Insta win. Fair. Alright, I'm gonna go with... I need someone else to eye stare. Are you still here? Vote for one now. Calling you out specifically. Okay. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion, to be fair. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. What was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. Does she say this or does she not? Because there's parentheses. He's going to hate me, but I might be just thinking this in my head. I'm unsure if I hear this or not. I didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? That's a huge compliment coming from you. It's actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly and looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words of the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah, okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most notable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick up writing styles separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, it's not something you can be blamed for. There's so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a single poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. Might take some time, but it all comes with practice, learning by example, and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Itsuki can be a little biased, though. But biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if there's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, that's supposed to be a literature club. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. Yuri wrote Hamlet on God. Memes just loves Yuri. Memes be sipping into chat. Omega poggers. I'm sorry, I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. I was thinking you're a big big titty goth girlfriend with Shakespearean goth handwriting. There's this guy in my head that keeps talking about it. It took you a long time to read. I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Bark to the government, have you stopped sipping for anime waifus? Don't let them fool you. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. You should write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Clay. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance it over once, after all. Remember, the poem often expresses their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. Usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left without nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so... Nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep doing my best for you, Clay. Me too. Alright, who next? I think I know where everybody's gonna pick, but who knows? There's so many good options here. My nose is all fucked up. If you don't pick Shinobi, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Clay, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home, playa.
What? Harsh?
What do you expect me to believe, that you actually put effort into this? Think I'm stupid?
I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put in effort. I'll start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about?
Fine. Yeah, Fireball was a bad rap, playa. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again.
Fair enough. Well, teach their own, I guess.
Anyway, guess I gotta share mine now. Knowing you, you'll probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly, playa, yeah. Monkeys can climb, bruh. Crickets can leap, playa. Horses can race, mofucker. Owls can seek, bitch. Cheetahs can run, mofucker. Eagles can fly, playa. People can try, but that's about it, mofucker. Yeah, told you that you weren't gonna like it.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff, playa. So people don't even take my writing seriously.
Isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you doing great things can be really disheartening. I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
The other nice thing is about simple writing, puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. Helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did. I guess more went into that than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro, playa. Glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you, mofucker?
Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor her with the last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take it away from her. Ba 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 da. Who next? Gym? No, that's not a thing. I'm not doing a gym voice. I'm just gonna go to Sayori next. This is a good poem, Clay. Are you sure it's your first time? Of course. Not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? Guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. Or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote one. It reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? Like I said before, Clay. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? My job for the rest of the stream is to dissect every poem and teach chat about the meanings behind the lyrics. I'm excited. That's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. Not sure if Sayori really sees the picture of my motive here. Then again, can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah, I want to make sure there's lots of fun here, yeah? That'll be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then. Yay! Now you read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed. Making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Sayori. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No, just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
I forgot to do it last night.
Well, makes me feel a little better about myself.
Don't be mean. Still tried my best.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say anything that was bad about the poem.
Came out nice, or how should I put it?
Sounds just like you.
Really?
Yeah. Especially that last line.
I made eggs and toast.
Even though you were late to school?
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky.
Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun. Monika's the best.
Yeah.
But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever.
Well, I guess I look forward to it. Memes that told us what she had for breakfast. It was eggs and toast. Hi, Clay.
Having a good time so far?
Yeah?
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, do you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities, or things we can do better? I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway,
Wanna share your poem with me? Kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Clay. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? It's that sort of barrier that'll we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, Clay. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. Really metaphorical. Not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort.
it's not very fair.
Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness. Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. Very challenging to write that effectively. Both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all the nuances. It can take years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I've never really asked, though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I become comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. Best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else be a little bit biased towards their own kind of styles. Always help you find what suits you the most. Don't force yourself to write the way anyone else wants you to write. Not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's just because I have to sound confident. Doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in the wall. It couldn't have been me. See, the direction the sparkle protrudes? A noisy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel blind, like a film left out in the sun. It's too late, my retinas, already scorched with a permanent copy of a meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. A hole to infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. This poem's too long. I'm not doing it. So what do you think? It's very freeform. That's what you call it? Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems that have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. If performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. Been influencing my poems a lot. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. Kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, it's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is, if you keep your pen at the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Whew. Guess that's everyone. Glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone's judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all, I sigh. This is what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
I mean, you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Clay did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I didn't expect it to change anytime soon. Unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet.
Yeah.
And Clay liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That's not what you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Clay appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh? How do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? You that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I'd deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Clay started showing up. Playa.
Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... I can't do both voices at the same time. How am I gonna do this? Hold on, I can make this happen. Give me like 30 seconds. Fuck, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna make this happen. Hold up, wait a minute.
This doesn't involve you. This doesn't involve you.
This doesn't involve you.
You're welcome. Hold on, I'll turn up the volume.
This doesn't involve you.
I don't like the fighting, guys. Hold on, it's fucking loud now. Did it just get loud? Just me? Ain't supposed to be, but damn. I don't like you guys fighting. Suddenly both girls turned toward me, as if they just noticed I was standing there.
Clay, she's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it, playa. If she could get over herself to learn and appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point of making your poems all convoluted for no reason? To me, you should just jump out at the reader, playa, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Clay.
Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Clay?
Well, I'm not doing it again. How did I get dragged into this in the first place? Not like I know anything about writing. But whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So, of course that's gonna be... chat. Memes is just simping for Yuri. Real hard.
Natsuki?
That's me, Natsuki. You're right that I like your poem.
See?
Wait. Not an excuse for you to be so mean. You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different.
That's not what happened at all. Yuri wouldn't even take my poem seriously.
I understand. Yuri,
Huh?
you're a seriously talented writer. It's no secret that I was impressed.
Well, that's...
But here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing style is, they're still putting feelings into it. It becomes something really personal. That's why Natsuki feels threatened when you said her poem was cute.
I see. I didn't notice that I'm sorry. Ugh.
But Natsuki, you took it way too far. Yuri means well. If you told her how you felt, this wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did. It was her that...
Natsuki, I think that's enough. You both said some things you didn't mean. Yuri apologized, but I think you should too.
Yeah.
Natsuki clenches her fists. In the end, nobody has taken her side. She's trapped, at this point being defiant only because she can't handle the pressure. I end up even feeling bad for her. Sometimes when I'm hurt, it helps to take a walk and clear my head. Seriously, she doesn't need to...
You know what? I'm gonna do that. To spare me from having to look at your faces right now, playa.
Without warning, Natsuki snatches her own poem from her desk and storms out. On her way out, she crumples up the poem with her hands and throws it in the trash. Natsuki... She really didn't need to do that. I look across the room. Yuri has her chin buried in her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in the adjacent chair. Everything alright?
I'm so embarrassed. Can't believe I acted like that. You probably hate me now.
No, Yuri. How could anyone have not How could anyone not have gotten frustrated after being treated like that? You handled it as well as anyone could. I don't think any less of you. Well, alright, I believe you. Thanks, Clay, you're too kind. I'm thankful to have you a part of this club now. It's nothing. One more thing. And one thing that Natsuki said about, you know, I'd never do anything so shameful. So, what thing did Natsuki say? Well, never mind that. I'm gonna go make some tea. Good idea. Make enough for more than one person, okay? Yeah. It was about her boobs getting bigger because I was around. Okay, everyone. Just about time for us to leave. How do you all feel about sharing your poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it.
It was alright, well, mostly, playa.
Clay, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends too. Your poems turn out even better. Think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kind of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with a newfound determination. Clay, ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. Can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier. What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No. That really is the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. Phew. You know, Clay, it's nice I get to spend time with you in the club, but I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. I think everyone really likes you, too. That's... Every day is gonna be so much fun. Looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yeah, let's do this.
Playa.
Who we writing a poem for tonight, chat? Vote in the poll now that Ahmad is gonna make because they're legally obligated to listen to me. And while you think about which girl I'm gonna write a poem for, I gotta get another beer. Immediately it changes because it's those names instead of the other ones. Vote for the poll now. Oh shit, okay. Looks like it's Shinobi time, baby. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going with Shinobi. What? Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Sayori, stop now. Fuck, man. God damn it. Boop. Yeah. Fuck. I'm so mad. I don't know if that worked. I like that the word climax is in there. I don't know if I got it or not. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, Clay. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to being in the club, that's all. I see. Pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But it's always the simple things with you, huh? Anyway, speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. You come with me to buy a snack? No thanks. Eh? But it's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why that all of a sudden? No reason, really. Just wanted to look at it. Very nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How'd you even know? It's simple. You got enough money in the first place. You would have bought a snack before coming to the club room. Whether you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you planned to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. There's one more thing. You're always hungry. So that leaves only one option. I give up. It makes me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in a book, as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Yuri, look like let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can reasonably afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your sufferings is fair enough retribution. I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed into my book. I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. Doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way you could think that. You're right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution. Retribution. That. Still coming from you, Sayori. I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori. Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Pwap! Yeah! Ow! What was... a cookie? Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? Because I paid my restitution. Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked.
I was just gonna give it to you, but then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though.
Natsuki,
That's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. Geez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
So good.
Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth.
I bit my tongue. You're going through a lot over just one cookie, playa.
Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie.
Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez, beggars can't be choosers.
But yours is chocolate.
Yeah? Why do you think I'd give you that one?
Fine.
Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me.
Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her.
Jeez. I get it.
Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Suddenly, Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite of Natsuki's cookie.
Hey, did you seriously just do that?
Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well.
Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes, playa. Monica, can you tell Sayori?
Natsuki glances around. Monica isn't in the club room.
Where's Monica anyway?
Good question. But have you heard anything about her being late today?
Not me.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all.
You don't think she has a... I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. That's true.
Excuse me?
Suddenly the door swings open.
Sorry, I'm super sorry.
There you are.
I didn't mean to be late.
I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Monica, choose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
But, boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of lost track of time.
That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least.
I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano.
Piano?
I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. I don't really. I just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool.
You should play something for us, Monica. That's... Monica looks at me. Maybe once I get a bit better, I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it.
That's so?
In that case, I won't let you down, Clay. Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I like that she hip checks everyone else off the screen. I see. In that case, best of luck.
Thanks.
But I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I should just leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. Looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori somehow already finishes her entire cookie. Yuri's back to her book and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand. Hey, we did it! We got Natsuki. Or Shinobi, whatever. Whichever you prefer, chat. You looking for something in there?
Freaking Monica. She never puts my stuff back in the right spot. What's the point of her keeping your collection organized if someone else is just gonna mess it up?
Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf. Manga?
You read manga, right?
Sometimes. Manga is one of those things where you can't admit you're really into it until you figure out what the other person stands. How'd you know anyways?
I heard you bring it up at some point. Besides, it's kind of written on your face.
What's that supposed to mean? I see. There's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack.
There it is.
So he snatches it out of my hands. She then turns to a box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest.
Much better. Seeing a box set with one missing book is probably the most irritating sight in the world.
I know that feel. I had a closer look at the box set she's admiring. Parfait Girls? The series I've never heard of in my life. Probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible.
If you're gonna judge, you can do it through the glass on that door.
Points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging anything. I just didn't even say anything.
It was the tone of your voice. I'll tell you one thing, Clay. Consider this a lesson straight from the literature club. Don't judge a book by its cover, playa. In fact,
Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Parfait Girls from the box.
I'm gonna show you exactly why.
She shoves the book right into my hands. I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attires striking animated feminine poses. Exceedingly moe-y.
Don't just stand there.
What? Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsills. She pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat.
Chairs wouldn't work. We can't read at the same time like that.
Why's that? I guess it's easier to be close together like this?
Don't just say that. Make me feel weird about it.
Natsuki crosses her arms and scooches an inch away from me.
Baka, playa.
Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's particularly a bad thing. I open the book. Only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space where she hoped I wouldn't notice. Well, she hopes I wouldn't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am. I'm not gonna read that one. I stare. I'm not gonna read that one.
Wow. How long has it been since I read the beginning?
You don't go back and flip to the older volumes every now and then?
Not really. Maybe sometimes after I've already finished the series. Hey, are you paying attention?
I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk at the same time. Also, it's about a bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice of life affair. Kind of grew out of these since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining, though. Make up for the lack of plot. So, what should I expect from this? Is there gonna be plot?
Well, obviously. You think I'd enjoy something that didn't have plot? I mean, well, I guess I know what you're saying. A lot of the beginning is about simple things. There's a really funny chapter that they're obsessed with a guy at the ice cream shop. That just helps you get to know the characters. And besides, it's still entertaining. But later on, there's all kinds of drama. Like when they get into all their backstories, they have some of the romance starts to happen. That's really what makes it good. There's so many touching parts.
That's so? Sounds like you really know what you're talking about. Maybe I underestimated you.
Hey, wait. What's that supposed to mean?
What? Natsuki gives me a little shove. I just meant that I haven't yet seen you at your full power.
Good save.
This chapter seems like it's about baking. It's just a guess, but a lot of baking in this manga?
Well,
Natsuki pauses for a moment as if she doesn't want to admit something.
Yeah. Why does that matter?
It doesn't. I was just curious. Since you enjoy baking too, right?
That's just a coincidence. I just happened to get into baking around the same time I got this manga. Like, I'd never get anything because it's in a manga. I feel bad for anyone that impressionable.
Definitely not a coincidence. I guess that explains Natsuki's interest in baking. Still, of all the hobbies to pick up from a manga, it definitely was one of the better ones. Not to mention she's really good at it, so who am I to judge? We read on the floor for a few more minutes. I finished a couple chapters at this point. You sure this isn't boring for you?
It's not.
Even though you're just watching me read?
Well, I'm fine with that.
You say so. It's fun sharing something you like with someone. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? You don't?
It's not, well, I wouldn't really know.
What do you mean? Would you share your manga with your friends?
Could you not rub it in? Jeez.
Sorry.
Like I could ever get my friends to read this. They just think manga's for kids. Can't even bring it up with them without them being all like, still haven't grown out of that yet. Makes me want to punch him in the face.
I know those kind of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it. I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitate toward the other losers over time. Probably harder for someone like you.
Huh? Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Wait, which part?
I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. I don't even know what my dad would think if he found this. At least it's safe here in the club room. Except Monica was kind of a jerk about it. I just can't win, can I?
Well, paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am reading it.
Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems.
Maybe. At least you're enjoying yourself, right?
So? Geez, that's enough. You're gonna keep reading or what?
Yeah. I flipped the page. Suddenly Natsuki starts laughing.
I totally forgot that happens.
Natsuki puts her finger on one of the panels.
Minori is my favorite character. You always feel a little bad for her since she's so unlucky, but it gets especially bad when... I shouldn't be talking about that yet. Just finish this chapter.
Natsuki's voice sparkles with excitement. It's a stark contrast to her usual bossy tone. But she's not used to sharing her favorite manga with her friends. I can understand why. It's hard to express in words the feeling you get when connecting with someone like that. And being able to provide that to Natsuki, for whom it's a rare experience, the thought makes me smile a little to myself. Okay, everyone. You all ready with today's poems?
Oh, come on. Should your timing be any worse?
Sorry. I just need to make sure everyone has enough time. Although you do look pretty cozy over there. Natsuki suddenly notices how close she's gotten to me. She hastily slides herself a good 12 inches away from me. Alright, guess I'll stop here for now. I close the book and hand it towards Natsuki.
You're just giving it back? Don't you want to know what happens?
Yeah, but Monica just said...
Don't be dumb. Just take it home with you.
Is that really alright? I say that mostly because I really didn't plan on using my spare time to read this.
Well, of course. It'd take forever to finish this if you didn't take it home. Just finish that one before tomorrow so we can start the next one. And if it gets bent, I'll kill you.
By tomorrow? I only got partway through the volume so far. I might fall behind on some shows if I try to get through this. I suppose that's a necessary sacrifice in exchange for seeing Natsuki's enthusiastic face. Or am I supposed to... Or am I more scared of what will happen if I don't finish it? Alright then. I stand up. I return to where I put my stuff and carefully slip the book on my bag. Who should we show our poem to first? Tell me, chat. Come on, chat. Give me a name. Sayori? Could start with Sayori. I'm fine with that. Yuri says memes, still simping in the corner. What is Eculum's answer? Eculum, say a name now. Memes is always right. So are we going with Yuri then? Eculum? Is that what you're saying? Is it my turn? Let's see how it compares to yesterday's. I see. A bit different. I respect you for trying different things, Clay. You inspired by Natsuki's poem? Or Sayori's, perhaps? Well, guess you could say that. I thought so. I'm happy for you. Don't need to find inspiration in my poems. I write them for myself. Not for anyone else. I don't really need for people to like them or anything. Gary. Sorry for being blunt, but you're overthinking this a little. Because our styles aren't different doesn't mean I dislike your poems. In fact, if I tried to do something in your style, I'd probably just do a terrible job. I see. I'm sorry. My stupid mind. It likes to do that sometimes. Anyway, you don't need to be afraid to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings. Write down the things you see. That's the way to truly enable your reader into your mind. Very intimate exercise. I see. That's a certainly interesting technique. Thanks for sharing. I have one example of that if you'd like to read it. Of course. Is this poem you wrote for today? Gary nods and timidly hands me her poem. The Raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences. Well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. Raccoon becomes hungry, more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again. Yeah, I know what this is about. Smiley face. I actually know exactly what this is about, but I don't necessarily want to go into it. Yeah, I will. That's fine. Dead of night, slicing bread, blah, 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 blah. So, the bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, an urge. So, long story short, Yuri cuts herself, for sure, and that's what this poem's about. Becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again. Yeah. It's about her cutting herself. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday's. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem's about. I couldn't either, haha. That's right. A bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. No, it's just the voices I picked. Don't think too deeply into it. Yeah. If I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. Those sort of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? Because they're embarrassing. People would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Clay? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I feel like everyone has a little something like that. Best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. I'll just say Sayori because somebody said Sayori.
Ooh, I like this one, Clay. Has some nice feelings in it.
I'm glad. That means better than yesterday's.
Let me think. I don't know. Guess I like them both.
It's not very helpful, you know.
Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. That's why I just got
My heart makes me feel things, and I must be a good poem. Not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place.
Yeah, me neither.
I should at least try giving it some thought.
Wanna write something for me? That's so sweet.
Yeah, right. You're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point.
Eh?
Well, I don't really know what you mean, but
I try to keep it in mind.
well, whatever. Anyway, let's see.
I guess I like happy poems.
Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? The word I'm looking for.
Bittersweet.
Yeah. Like things that are happy and things that are sad. Happy and sad? I guess you liking something sad, Sayori.
Well,
I like happy the most, but sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. Make a nice little happy rainbow. Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic.
it is?
I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all.
Thanks, Clay. I should go write that down then. My poem now, okay?
Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together in like a bundle of kittens. I'll reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. Warm and tingly. There's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in bottles, all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle is starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friends feel a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done, I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do I want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. Every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and shards all over the floor. They're supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this?
Of course I did.
Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever? Yeah, but I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monica taught me a whole lot. I've really been in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's almost kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm used to you being so cheerful. Well, never mind. Thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it. Aw, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic. Yeah, I'm pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah, writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Don't get ahead of yourself. Grace always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it, no matter than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. We'll do Monica last. I feel like Monica's a good last always. Natsuki reads my poem. She keeps glancing at me, then back at the poem. By now, she must have read it more than once.
Aren't you supposed to be bad at this?
Is that a compliment?
No, I mean, you know.
Natsuki struggles to find the words she wants.
I just expected a lot less after what you showed me yesterday. That's all.
Well, I guess I just got lucky with this one.
Yeah, exactly. You just got lucky, you know? Don't get used to it. You won't always manage to write poems this cute. I mean, well written. No, I mean,
So that's how it is. My poem's cute.
no, why are you smiling? It's not like I like cute things.
Natsuki shoved my poem back toward me.
Reading it again, I decided that it's not so great after all. It's too cute and Doki Doki. It would only impress, girls who like those kinds of things.
For some reason, Natsuki is incredibly easy to see through.
Well, anyway, you're gonna read mine now, right?
Judging by your tastes?
Judging by your tastes, you'll probably like it a lot. You'll probably learn something too. Don't forget who the real pro is. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me and took me up to the nurse. Tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. Doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. Doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone.
I love this poem. As we all know, I hate spiders. I think this is the best poem I've read so far in this game.
Not bad, right?
Quite a bit longer than yesterday's.
Yesterday's was way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
No, of course not.
Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. You don't have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. It helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk.
You know, people like that.
Of course, it's about how everyone thinks doesn't matter. It could be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or a guilty pleasure. Sometimes that you're afraid if people find out. They'll make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes, as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect each other for liking weird things.
Huh, that's funny. Yuri wrote about something similar today.
Huh? You say Yuri?
Yeah. Said her poem was about an unusual hobby of hers. I didn't really get it. She said something similar to you. People shouldn't make each other feel insecure about those things.
Really? Well, I mean, Yuri's pretty weird, so I wouldn't doubt that she has some weird hobbies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not like I'd judge her or anything.
Natsuki has trouble finding her words.
I guess I should try not to be so mean to her. If she feels insecure about her weird behaviors and stuff, I mean, I always hate people who make me feel insecure. Yuri made me feel insecure yesterday. But the way you put it, it sounds like she's learned her lesson.
Well, I would say so. Even if her writing style is really different, I'm sure she'll appreciate the message in your poem.
It's what I do best, after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like, conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that. I'm gonna write a good one for tomorrow, too, so look forward to it.
Hey, Monica. What up, yo? Hi again, Clay. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. Happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you could come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. Hold on, I gotta stretch. I want a recliner, chat. I'm gonna get a recliner for my desk when I move. I tell you guys I'm moving soon. I'm moving soon. In like a month or so. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Monica. Alright. I like it, Clay. Really? A lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. Kinda makes me think of something that Suki would write. She's a good writer, too. Take that as a compliment. You say so. Yep. There are a lot of poems or stories out there that are a lot more than a few simple words. They can be funny, endearing, or even sad. Sometimes they're only a few lines long. Might even feel like they're written for kids, but if you think about them, they can express views of the world that would apply to anybody. I see. You're saying that Natsuki is kind of like that? Sort of. Maybe she's not an expert. You probably wouldn't find much filler in her poems. Might be easy to write, but they're super challenging to get the meaning through. I can see why it would be your kind of poem to explore. Anyway, want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Alright, let's take a look. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. Oh? What do you mean, load me? I tried clicking the load button, it didn't do anything. Be more abstract than your last one, huh? Guess it's just the way I write. Sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. Kind of a thing I've never really seen before, I guess. Kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost magic. The way I wrote those lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. Let's see. Still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem's about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling. Or a conversation with the reader. Or she's talking directly to you through a poem. But putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip for the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this even a tip about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room.
Is this about the festival?
Well, sort of.
We really have to do something for the festival. Not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting away any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're gonna keep it simple, okay? We don't need much more than a few decorations. Theory has been working on posters and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event.
Okay, that's great and all. That doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for an event.
Ah, sorry. Thought you heard about it already. We're gonna be performing.
Performing?
Monica. Yeah, we're gonna be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite. The cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. Larry's putting it all on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Larry's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see.
Are you kidding me, Monica?
You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. You really think it's that bad of an idea?
Well, no. It's not a bad idea. I didn't sign up for this, you know. There's no way I'm gonna be performing in front of a group of people like that.
I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys. No, Sari. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. We'll have to ask them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. Guess I kinda overlooked that. I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start that event and each put on a good performance, it'll inspire others to do the same. The more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature's all about. Yeah, about expressing your feelings. Being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? Inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. If all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it.
Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayuri looks worried.
I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit.
Well, maybe, but...
Looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left.
Ugh. Okay, fine. So I'll just have to get it over with.
Alright. Phew. Yuki? How about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant face. I guess I don't really have a choice. Aha, that's everyone! You're the best, Yuri. Club is seriously gonna be the death of me. Oh gosh. It'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're gonna do a practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way.
Monica, too sudden. But if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. Start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Of course. Let's see. Monica flips around her notebook to the specific poem she had in mind for herself, then stands behind the podium. The title of the poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem. Monica begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? She glances around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Yuri looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monica finishes the recitation. Four of us applaud. Monica takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monica. Thank you very much. We're just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next. What? Yuri's fired up all of a sudden. Yuri clenches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Moving her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem's called... That's it. You can do it, Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? Yuri gets past the first couple lines, her voice changes. Almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables. Fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns and structure, as she enunciates with perfect timing. It must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she's finished. Everyone's stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards to give Yuri the recognition she deserves. Not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were just so caught off guard. Must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back to her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Like Yuri's down for the count. Okay. Then next then. Yuri hops out of the chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. Look at this guy, oh god. Anime time. This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled. Sayori. A lot harder than I thought. How'd you guys do it so easily? I don't think of you like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting to yourself. Like in front of the mirror, in your own head. Your poem, so come out the best way. Yeah, I see. Okay then. Sayori begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice to me is a perfect match. The poem isn't pink. Yuri like Sayori is serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. Hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori means when she said she likes my poems. Like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew, through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it! Good job, Sayori. Even Clay liked it. Guess that's a good sign. What's that mean? Came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. Might be that poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. Maybe a little more force behind it, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. That's, well, practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do it in front of everyone. Next time, I'm gonna make you pick a poem that challenges you a little. We don't have much time for the festival, you know. Okay, now who's next? Natsuki?
Ugh. Don't make me go before Clay. Well, not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Clay lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it, play.
Natsuki? Fine, it's fine. Might as well get it over with. It's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, make me feel terribly awkward. I recite, did the poofing car send you over the edge? Yeah. Because that's why I went off duty the last time I played cop because of that same exact thing. And then Kieran told me it was fixed. And I even put shit in the glove box too to make sure it wouldn't. And then it poofed anyway. So yeah. Yes. So yeah, I was a little annoyed that that happened. Yeah. So I'm not exactly confident in my own writing. It's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyways. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. It's if you go into a place, it's like it's hitting you and it deletes the car. There is no persistence. So, how do you keep the car? Your guys' car didn't move. I put something in the glove box if that's the problem. It's server side. Oh, so there's literally nothing I can do? Even better. You're good. I'm just trying to figure out if there was something I could do different. And decode it better? Okay. Well, I feel like I have every right to be pissed off. Just gonna throw that out there. Like, I feel like I have every right to be pissed off about that. The fact that I literally can't go to a single call, and I've tried to log in twice, really, just kinda... I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll improve over time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then, that just leaves you, Natsuki.
Yeah. I'm going.
Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way up to the podium.
The poem is called... It's called... Are you all looking at me?
Because you're presenting.
Anyway, the poem's called Jump.
Natsuki takes her breath. When she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and a rhyme to it.
Yeah, Lil Shinobi.
It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes, and everyone applauds. He huffs back to her seat. It wasn't so bad, was it?
Easy for you to say. You better not make me do that again.
Well, at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people?
I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for the other people. When it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing.
That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it'd be the other way around for me.
Well, that's just how it is, so.
Well, I guess in that case, I won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. Might be hard, but maybe you'll have an idea of what it's like now. It is what it is. I just deal with it until they figure it the fuck out. Yeah, it's just so fucking frustrating for me. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so you know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez. I should probably find some other poems to recite instead. That's fine too. I mean, at least you haven't had 2 cop cars stolen. Ooh. I mean, it's like being stolen. True, yeah. I mean, my cop cars don't get stolen. I always lock my car. Yeah. Doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised with putting in all this effort for the club. Makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think it's about that time for the day. I know the festival's coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. Been working out really nicely so far. I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. Alright. I stand up. Monika's bae? I mean, Monika's aight. Yuri's the big titty goth girl though, so like, that's where Chad's simping. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monika, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monika, I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Ready to go, Sayori? Yep.
Look at you two, always going home together like that.
Kind of adorable, isn't it? These guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? Okay, Clay. You don't have to say it. Whatever. Let's go already. More of a Monica enjoyer myself. These chicks seem 12. Yikes. Hey, the intro says they're all 18 now. It says they are all at least 18 when you open the game. Whether that... Yeah. Not that that matters, but there is a disclaimer. But yeah, they do all look kind of young. It is a little sus. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only a few days, a lot of things have already changed. Luckily, this isn't actually a dating game, so it doesn't matter anyway. Today, Sayori's a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori. Sorry, I was spacing out. Ah, no wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean, Sayori fumbles over their words. Let's just say that one day, Natsuki asks you to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? Kind of putting me on the spot here. Chat vote, because I don't know. Someone make a poll and make it Shinobi or Sayori.
I would walk home with me, playa.
It's also been fun because Yuri has Bigsby's voice and Natsuki has Shinobi's voice, so it's been funny to read the kind of anime-esque conversation. Especially Shinobi's character is the fucking Baka or whatever the fuck, what is it called? Fucking Yuri or whatever. Yuri. Want woman to walk with, thank you. Alright, yeah. Damn, nobody would walk home with Shinobi. This is so sad. Everybody vote for the poll, quick. It's the only way. Shinobi smells like weed. True. But it's Sayori because you gotta stay loyal to the lifetime homies. That's fair. I like that they updated the music though. There's so much good music in this game, and it's just like the fact that there's even more now. Ba 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 na na. Na 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 na. Alright, we're walking home with Sayori. Sayori, really think I'd ditch you for Natsuki? But she's so cute and fun to be around. Jeez. I already see her in the club every day. Besides, you always seem to really like going home together. I wouldn't just ruin that for you. You're so silly, Clay. Think about me too much sometimes. Natsuki would deserve it if she wanted it, so... Theory, I've already made up my mind. I really can't figure out sometimes. Sorry. Besides, what's the point in speculating something that's never gonna happen? Conversation trails off. Kind of a weird thing for Sayori to care so much about. I want to respect her and keep her happy too. And again, the festival's only a few days away. Who knows what'll happen in that time? Alright, who are we writing a poem for? Sayori, Natsuki, or Yuri? Come on, chat, vote now. How do I vote? It'll pop up as a poll. Somebody make a poll. There it is. It's at the top of your chat box. We spelled right wrong. Shinobi, Bigsby, other friend. What chat are you on? Are you on mobile? Well, it even pops up on mobile. That's weird. I don't know then. You can just tell me. Which girl? Could refresh, but yeah. Which girl do you want me to pick for you? I'll just add your vote in at the end. Teams, you gotta vote too already. Who is who? Sayori is his other friend. Bigsby is Yuri, and Shinobi is Natsuki, the pink one. Natsuki's pink, and she is Shinobi. Yuri is purple. She is Bigsby, and then Sayori is his other friend in the poll. I don't know who made memes. You made this poll. I meant to vote for purple. Okay. Well, then we're going with Yuri again. I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got it. So now I'm picking words. Hard to figure out. No, it's true. Nobody wants Sayori. Come on. Fuck. Man, that was a sick Yuri poem. I got like one wrong. So basically, you just have to pick the words that are like the person that you're trying to write for. I guess the idea. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have had a lot of determination. Off to get on the server for a small bit, then bed. Alright, have a good night. Starting this club and now picking up piano? Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival, too. One time with your anime titty girlfriends. Oh, I will.
Ah, I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great, playa.
Ugh. Weren't you complaining about it yesterday, Natsuki?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival. It's a whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food.
You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden.
Monica, do they usually have fried squid?
Squid? Very specific thing to look forward to.
Oh, come on. You're saying that you don't like squid, playa? You of all people?
I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people?
Because it's right in your name. Monica.
Ugh. That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation.
Huh?
Ah, never mind. Just focus on our event for now, okay?
Fine, fine. The reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me. Where's Sayori anyway? Well, there you are. Sayori's sitting at a desk at the corner of the room looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. Spacing out again. Ugh. Sorry, don't mind me. Go talk to everyone else. Huh? Everything alright? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? This feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things. Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Sayori shows me a big smile. Let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Well, alright, if you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation is already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. They've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I typically approach Monica, who's shuffling through some of the papers at her desk. Clay, what's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? I didn't really into this too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? Can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who's idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there's something on her mind. I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Clay. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She always talked to me about things that bothered her. This time when I asked her, she was just really dismissive. Sorry, no, it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No. It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Clay. Me? How on earth did you come to that conclusion? Well, probably shouldn't say too much, but her talks about you more than anything else, you know. Huh? Been so much happier ever since you joined the club. Like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. Not any different now than it always has been. You're so funny, Clay. You thought maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful because that's how she is when she's around you? I said so much. Sorry, what do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you just forget what I said. I'll try to talk to her. Try not to think about it for now. Alright. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands from the desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her, but she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her, to have fun with everyone else. That's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary, but there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? That's around the room. Suddenly I notice Yuri peering at me from over her book. She looks away just as quickly with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere like this. I've never really seen Yuri approach anyone or start a conversation on her own accord. But I have no choice but to approach her myself. By now, it's a little easier for me to do that. Stand up from the desk and sit in one next to her own. I didn't mean to bother you or anything. Relax. Didn't even do anything. But I could tell that you wanted to be alone with your thoughts. Alone with my thoughts? How are you even able to tell I was thinking like that? Well, something that I do a lot. It wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. Not that I was staring or anything. I didn't do anything creepy like that. In any case, I guess you were right. Sorry if I caused you any concern. Don't apologize. Your troubles are only the concern of those who willingly share that concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find the most comfort in keeping to themselves. If you prefer to share what's on your mind, then I'd be glad to listen. It's really not that big of a deal. I was just feeling a bit uneasy about Sayori. Sayori? Yeah, she seems a little off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit it to me. I can't help but wonder if something's happened to her. Oh, that's quite romantic. Sorry. I didn't mean to say something stupid. It's not bad, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Her and I have just been friends for a long time, that's all. Oh, I see. Perhaps it's unusual for her to be dismissive to you about her feelings. Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much. Play. The world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. There are many untold stories behind every person, no matter how well you may know them. You think there might be something behind it after all? I think Sayori is a very complex person. The mannerisms on the outside don't always match with what may be going on the inside her head. She may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too. I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looks like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she? Well, I guess that was the case. Sayori really means a lot to you, doesn't she? I guess. I mean, to put it that way. We're just good friends, that's all. Yuri suddenly looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she was searching for something. Embarrassed, I avert my gaze. Sometimes, a person's mysteries are untold even to themselves. And you, as someone honest and caring, may uncover feelings you weren't aware were in you. That is, I think that. Be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her. Yuri, you're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy, so I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. Not nearly as sophisticated as you. That's not a compliment, is it? It is what it is. Anyway, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading? Well, as long as you're okay with it. Yeah. I should be taking my mind off this whole thing anyway. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. There's one thing that can help make my reading time any better. It's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. She stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch. She retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, timed with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Her hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm gonna plug this into the teacher's desk, and we'll get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down, and simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, her appears elegant and methodical. Okay, I have the water pitcher. Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. Yeah, why not? Shall we go then? Yeah. Where are you two off to? We're just... Yuri was gonna make some tea, so I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Monica. We're just filling the water pitcher. Okay. Sorry, just a bit curious. Kind of a one-person job, isn't it? That's... Monica, please mind your own business for once. Or do you want me to tell... Or do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve Clay in club activities? My mouth gapes. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Well, let's go, Clay. Yuri quickly exits the room and I follow. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall. I spoke without thinking. How can I say something like that? Yuri, I just... Something about the way she said that made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me? No, Yuri. I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it's also not right for Monica to judge people like that. Clay, how come even when I do something bad, you're being nice to me? Because nothing that you do is as bad as you make it seem in your head. Nobody's perfect. We have emotions, and we can't always hide them away. You always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane. No. Don't you hate me for something as terrible as that? Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. What kind of friend would do that? Friend, you say? Yuri lifts her head. Clay, I really like being friends with you. Haha, thanks, Yuri. I like being friends with you too. I feel kind of awkward saying something like that, but I'm doing my best to help Yuri feel better. Anyway, yeah. Shall we go? Yeah. Yuri and I walked to the nearest water fountain. Once we fill up the water pitcher, we returned to the classroom. Friend zoned? True. Clay, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything's fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. That's what you get for simming for the big titty girlfriend memes. Yeah, you're right. Really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others.
Even if I'm not an expert at tea writing?
In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Ah, perhaps I will. Yuri fetches a teapot and begins making it. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. Must be in a good mood now. That's so. I was letting it show. You noticed. Doing a bit of thinking, I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do. And it's you who's around anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Clay. Very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I'll watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Clay, I have another request. Mind if we sit on the floor today? Why's that? A little bit easier on my back. It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read my back against the wall rather than bending over it at my desk. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so my best to manage it. That's so? Wonder why that is. It's most likely because my posture, right? I was hunched over like that while reading. Yes, yes, that, and not the other thing. I have terrible reading posture. Terrible postures, both of them. They're just. I have two very large postures. Make it difficult, and they hurt my back. That's why we should sit on the floor. My postures. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies that I kept hidden from Sayori's candy radar. I take it, since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. I'm supposed to focus on reading like this. Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup! Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hands, not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. Whereas her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally managed to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumbled with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. You could just feed me the chocolate. Actually, I think that's what happens. I shouldn't make that joke yet. I'll hold the book, okay? You sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. As a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate, and I hold it up to Yuri. Yeah. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. That means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Ugh. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Clay. Sorry. Guess I shouldn't have done that. That's, well, we're just helping. Thing that friends do, right? I mean, not really in this kind of context, but yeah. Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah. Then, no need to stop or anything. Yes, friends. I see. The situation has gotten really tense. Yuri tries to return to the book, but I can tell just by her expression that even she can't focus now. My heart's pounding. I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time Yuri's eyes meet mine. How did it even come to this? Yuri doesn't avert her gaze. I notice her chest rising and falling in the rhythm of her breaths. I raise my arm. Ugh. Before Yuri parts her lips, but it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth. Feel her hot breath on my fingers. Okay, everyone! What? Ugh. Yuri jolts back. It's time to share poems! Clay, you can help Yuri put away that tea stuff, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks. Spell is abruptly broken. Oh, I'll take care of the cups. Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolates. In the end, we hastily clean up so much as a word between us. I get the feeling this is something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. Who should I show my poem to first? Chat room? You know the drill. I'm gonna pick Eureka's memes. You stop Sayori from being down bad. Absolutely not. Sayori will always be down bad. Default girl is boring, smiley face. Yuri. 2 votes Yuri. And I know what memes would vote if he was here. Clay, this is wonderful. I can feel the emotion that you poured into it. Is this a result of trying what I suggested yesterday? Yeah, I guess so. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more feeling. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. I'm not used to this. Used to what? I don't know. Fine, take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offer that patience to her. Yeah, just being appreciated like this, I guess. Probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone motivated by my writing makes me really happy. I saying you never shared your writing before? Yuri nods. Really? I don't believe it. I really only write for myself. And besides, people would just laugh at me. Really think that? Again, Yuri nods. Huh. Even your close friends? For some reason, Yuri doesn't respond. Yuri? Yuri smiles sadly. Late, during lunchtime, I eat by myself. You know that? Great time to find a quiet spot to do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people. People you always want to fall in love with. Or people you just know you would make a really good friend. Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face. Or deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life. So when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by my friends every day. You know? And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. They don't make fun of my body type. And they don't hate me for acting like I know it all. People say that about you? I'm not a know-it-all, Clay. The opposite, I don't know anything. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings, and all I could do with them is read and write. It wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you. I really understood what was missing all the time. I haven't really done anything. No, that's wrong. Being patient and respectful is really important to me. I know I'm a difficult person, Clay. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things, but every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. It's so rare that I feel comfortable with myself when I talk to others. That's why every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy. I see. Well, I treat you how you deserve to be treated, Yuri. If other people don't see it that way, then screw them. I mean, I joined this club hoping I'd make friends, and they have had at least one success. Wouldn't you? Put it that way. Yeah. We are friends now, aren't we? Yuri puts her head in her hands, but this time she's smiling as she does it. Wanna show me your poem? Yeah, I do. Let me get it for you. Beach. A marvel millions of years in the making, where the womb of Earth chaotically meets the surface, under a clear blue sky and expanse of bliss, but beneath gray, rolling clouds and endless enigma. The easiest world to get lost in. It's one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet, but where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same, and we still build sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish in the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. The breeze is gentle, yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils turned back. I abandon my piece to road at the shore. Drift forward and I return to Earth forevermore. I'm aware that the beach is kind of an inane thing to write about, but I did my best to make a metaphorical approach to it. You say that like you didn't even want to write about it. Oh, you haven't heard? After yesterday, Natsuki and I, well, it was amusing that we wrote about something similar in such different ways, but Natsuki wanted us to write about the same topic as each other again. I suppose to better compare the differences in our writing styles or thought processes. Anyway, it was her idea. Knowing her, it's no surprise that she'd want to do something like that. She probably just wants to show it off. Not like I have a particular interest in her writing style. I just went with her request. But, well, I suppose it's not so bad to write about something simple on occasion. It can be refreshing, you know? Good for me to calm my thoughts once in a while. Yeah, I think I agree. Thanks for sharing. Sayori Natsuki Monica, chat. Quickly drinks because I know what you're gonna pick. And my throat gonna hurt. Oh yeah. We don't need to answer. Yeah, we really don't.
Meh. I guess you really haven't learned anything after all. Honestly, I don't know why I got my hopes up in the first place.
What? I didn't think this was that bad. What did I do wrong?
Poems don't need to be all deep sounding to express something. It's gonna just sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it, playa. Honestly, don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're on Yuri's level.
Atsuki stops short all of a sudden.
Don't tell me.
Huh?
You're not just trying to impress Yuri, are you?
What are you talking about? Keep your voice down.
You know Yuri would love this angsty...
Just because she's a talented writer doesn't mean I mean... Ugh. Looks like I'm in trouble. I somehow struck a nerve, though. What I did is beyond me.
I'm so done with you.
Natsuki shoves the poem I handed her back over to me.
Take your stupid poem. If you write it for someone else, just don't show it to me.
Ouch. This is what I get for letting a younger girl step into my business. Unless I was a mind reader, I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki wasn't really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. Oh god. We didn't even get to see the poem. Sheesh. Oh, Natsuki's pissed that we went with the goth girl. Alright, then we'll do Yuri Monica, because I like to do Monica last. It's nice, I guess. Come on, I can already tell you don't like it. Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Probably Yuri. Huh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically. Maybe. It's not really what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends just like I was hoping. It makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club? Well, of course I am. Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Clay. Yuri, something wrong? Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today. Alright. Tell me if you need anything. I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now. You insist. Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. Sayori? Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Ugh. Who should I show my poem to next? Monica. I haven't seen a single poem except for Yuri's. Hi, Clay. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. Whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It'd also make me happy to see. Haha. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands. This one's good. Feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Just wondering, but you've been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style? I guess so. Can't deny that she's talented. Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. Best way to describe it. Like a totally different person when she picks up a pen. I noticed that too. Or when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers. I don't mean that in a bad way. No, of course not. I just mean that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that must be pretty into her. Ah! You completely misunderstood! Calm down, I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend. Wait, really? Yeah, a fictional one anyway. Monica kind of whispers that last part to me. Just a hunch, but not really anything wrong with that. Oh, well, I know. I was just saying. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. A lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer. All meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift in the sky, victim of currents of the wind. Day after day, I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky, until one day, the wind ceases to blow, I fall. And I fall and fall and fall even more, gentle as a feather and dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything, knows what I'm thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There's no meaning, there's no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I'm not your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or whatever, or anything. It was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical, because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. Seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans are aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. I get it. It's funny because these are 2D girls, and she's like, humans aren't two-dimensional. Shut up, Leister. Here's Monica's writing tip of the day. If you're ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good, it can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, I want to focus more on everything that went into it, the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way. It'll make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out... Hold on a second. Just me, or did you say something strange just now? Huh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. Deviate from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez. Why's the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. Seems you're right. Sayori always helps lighten the mood, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Mitsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on.
She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early.
That's so?
I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you picked the time she's not feeling well? So much for you two being all lovey-dovey.
No. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. That curious expression coming from Uriel of all people. Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything's fine. What'd she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so decide what everyone will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I'm doing.
That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. I need a lot of them, and different flavors. You handle that all by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted.
As for myself, I'm gonna be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sarah will be helping me design them. As for Yuri, you can, guys, help me come up with something for Yuri. I'm useless. No, it's not it at all. I'm the most talented person here, you know. Now Natsuki's pouting too. Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Sari enough credit, but I can tell things are going harder on you when she's not around. Maybe the case, but I can't also be a leader on my own, and I won't grow as a person. But Yuri, beautiful handwriting, you know? You should make some banners and decorations to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that. I love atmosphere. Her expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk and her focus starts nodding to herself. Mine's already racing, I see. That's great. It'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. Anyway, it just leaves you, Clay. The one who is truly useless. Don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. Probably just go a long way to give one of them a hand. Always help me out as well. Really be appreciative of that. That's... Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they gonna respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could have you do. It's not like Monica's gonna give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway.
Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. They may not like to be around if you only make them out to be a nuisance. Therefore, maybe more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you just want an excuse for Clay to...
What are you saying? It'll be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't? So what do you think?
Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Clay to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? I'm sure he's interested in...
You literally just said...
I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I'm just saying, though.
Jeez. We just settle this already?
Yeah. Clay, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. Of course, I'm gonna go with...
Alright, chat. Natsuki, Yuri, Monica, or Sayori ... Now, I don't want to... I feel like when I played by myself, I either picked Sayori or Yuri. I would like to pick Monica or Natsuki this time. So, is that a save point? True. Yeah, pick Monica or Natsuki. Monica or Natsuki.
Monica. Okay. Alright. Well, I should probably be helping Monica. Hey, you picked me.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Monica, you're the one who needs the least help out of all of us.
But I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but you already have Sayori as well. But Clay was the one who,
That doesn't matter. You're the one who scared him into picking you in the first place. You're the club president, Monica. You're supposed to make responsible decisions for the club.
Monica, you shouldn't let your any ulterior motives interfere with this decision. Ulterior motives? But what are you saying, Yuri? In fact, it sounds like you guys are the ones with ulterior motives.
Excuse me?
Otherwise, this would have been made into such a big deal in the first place. That's completely false, Monica.
Yeah. We have a lot of work to do, you know. We won't do as good of a job if you make us work alone.
Maybe that's true. Think of the club, Monica. If we want our event to succeed, then we need to appropriately distribute our resources.
So are you gonna do the right thing, President?
Okay, I get it. It's technically most logical for Clay to help one of you two. So, I guess that's what we'll do. For preference, Clay? Oh, you can't pick, Monica! Okay. Sayori, then. Wait, Sayori? It's either Natsuki or Sayori. Pick one. Either Lil Shinobi or Sayori. I know why I say don't post spoilers, motherfucker. Don't do it. But yeah, she is real sussy, that's true. You guys want Sayori? Alright. I mean, it's gonna be anyone. I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we're already neighbors, but Monica said
that Sayori was helping her. Jeez, you really hate us that much?
No. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. Just think of the club, okay?
Natsuki or Yuri, chat. Natsuki or Yuri.
That fucking Suki. Yeah, I think we're gonna go Natsuki. Yeah, let's go Natsuki. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. And you guys made it sound like a lot of work.
It's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah?
I'm about to
Hey,
shit my
FBI people, thanks for the follow. You guys made it sound like a lot of work, so could probably use 2 people.
Don't worry, baking's tons of fun. You'll definitely agree.
A minute ago you were saying that...
That's because... Never mind, okay?
Well, anyway. You'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it after all. No, FBI agent, they're 18. It's true. That's funny. That's good. Even though Yuri is being melodramatic, it's a little hard to not feel bad.
So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about?
No, I think that's it.
You guys excited?
Yes. Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome.
I don't think that really counts. What about you, Kalei? Me? Guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. Good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri?
Still sulking.
Natsuki starts pouting too.
It's not that big of a deal or anything.
Well, it might not be just that. I think that Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do, and then nobody offering to help.
That doesn't mean...
Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression.
Look,
Natsuki goes over and puts her hands on Yuri's shoulders.
Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help with the event in a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too, but you're gonna make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way people feel during the performance. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit.
Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you?
Not really, but
Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monica and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki, of all people, to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it a really great event.
yeah.
Yeah. I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. I guess it's time for us to head out.
Okay. I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so...
Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monica and Yuri out the door. They chat between each other.
Where are you going?
Huh?
We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized that you didn't even have a way to contact me.
Oh, that's true. I have no idea how that slipped my mind.
Jeez. Good thing I stopped you. I'll give you my number, okay? Better not make it weird or anything.
Why would I do that? Ugh. Natsuki gives me her number.
Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. Bring all the ingredients.
Wait, you're coming to my house?
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I'd be going to your house.
Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over my house. My dad would kill me.
Really? Kind of strict if you ask me.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. Guess I'll text you when I'm coming over.
Alright, fine by me.
Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love baking so much. You better look forward to it.
Oh. Did you say you were just gonna give me the dirty work?
Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like in front of everyone. I was looking forward to this.
Wait, really?
Well, kind of. Just because I never get to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so.
Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday.
Never mind.
I can't believe this. Natsuki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday. Even though I would have preferred to do this with Sayori, my anxiety still shoots through the roof. As I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, but who knows what might end up happening when we're outside of school.
Even told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head.
Why do I feel nervous if Sayori finds out about this? It's not like I feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monica said, this is about the club. I have nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a great time. It's already Sunday. I'm getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We send each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emojis and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kinda saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early that other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decided to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori. Hi, Clay. Sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? I guess you're right. It's been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations she's had for years now. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. It's because I end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Are you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but wait, how do you know about that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monica told me. It's really natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right? Oh, that's true. But what about you? Are you gonna be helping Monica today? Of course, but I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. Ah, so just me and Natsuki then? Yep. More silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday, when something was wrong, you couldn't hide it from me. I know you too well. So, Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Clay. Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm being punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It wants to torture me. Sayori grabs Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? You're listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. Tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile. You really put me in a trap, Clay. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Clay? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Know that? I just think I'm late to school every day. Most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? If I go to school, if I eat, if I make friends, if I make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me. That's what it feels like. That's why I just want to make everyone happy, without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. Can't even figure out how to respond. How's it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time I've known her? She really wants so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done anything I could to support you. Even if it's only so much that I can do. I would have tried a little bit harder every day. A little bit better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. You don't understand at all, Clay. Why do you think I didn't tell you? If I told you, then you wouldn't have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing some important things. I don't want to be cared about. Bittersweet to try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. But I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club feels like a spear going through my heart. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori, but I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting. What I'll do. No, Clay, there's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. Now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. So I'm gonna accept these punishments. I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. I pull her into a tight embrace. Big hugs. Clay. Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Clay, Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. No, don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Clay, Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away, and if there's anything that you need me to do, you better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Clay. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. That's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. Festival's tomorrow. Yeah. It'll be fun, right? Yeah. How'd you like me to spend it? How would you like for me to spend it all with you? What I want, I promise. I think that'd be nice then. Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. By surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? Kinda hard for me to fully understand, but I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it.
I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy.
It's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki is about to come over, too. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much. We're definitely gonna have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Man, this game always fucks me up. Oh. I spend only a few minutes back at home, anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delaying, I open the front door to let her in. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sup, playa?
Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison.
Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. It'll be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in.
I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki's carrying a large bag that is probably full of baking supplies.
Well, I don't want to come all this way to find out your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right?
Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home.
Good. Glad I can count on you to do your part.
Well, of course. Surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she's a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen.
What? You're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag for me? Where's your hospitality, Clay?
Come on. Since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grabbed the bag Natsuki holds out to me. Yeah. This is ridiculously heavy.
I carried that all the way here. Are you impressed?
I see now. Yeah, I'm impressed, Natsuki. Seems like I always underestimate you.
Because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk.
Natsuki hits a fist into my chest. Hey! Your size has nothing to do with it. You really hate being small that much?
It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like provoking people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people, but geez, never mind. You're making me say. I don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because you're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What?
That's a little bit more like you. More fun when you just speak your mind like that.
Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I'm just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? Just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean you should treat me like...
Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki!
Forget it! I didn't say anything.
I should apologize.
Eh?
I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know that there are tons of guys who are into body types like yours.
How would you know that anyway?
Just trust me on this one.
Gross.
Hey! That to me?
Who else?
Man, just get started already.
You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. You finally found your weakness, Clay.
Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now. Finally starts to pull things out of her bag so she can get started. Hey, yo! Before long, the whole kitchen's a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki's babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking.
Clay, where'd you put the food coloring?
Batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for?
To color the batter, of course. Making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite.
Oh, that's a cute idea. Are you doing anything like that with the icing?
Do you want to?
You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so...
Come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all.
Can't you at least try to have...
Can't you at least try to have fun?
I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki is trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. Ah, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty cool.
See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. A million times more worth it in the end. If just looking at it makes everyone's eyes lighten up.
Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions.
Wonder if I could make Natsuki proud like that too.
Yeah, maybe I will use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting
to understand. Make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring.
Yeah, it's getting there. We're using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with a whisk and a huge bowl for the icing.
The icing's still all lumpy. Are you even trying?
Well, yeah. Just take a bit longer.
Jeez, I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Here, look.
Natsuki grabs the whisk from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back.
Really need to beat the crap out of it.
After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing is already improved.
See?
As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it into her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same.
Hey!
She suddenly grabs my wrist.
I don't want your gross
Fingers in my icing. Your icing, eh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I have to fight back, trying to inch my finger towards the bowl.
Maybe beat the crap out of you next.
I like to see you try. I push harder just enough for my finger to reach the icing. Triumphantly scoop some with my finger just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in return.
Gross! Get out of my face.
Whose fault's that? Big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek.
Yeah.
Tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away.
Jeez. You know what? Take this.
Natsuki instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger towards my own face. You wish. I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well.
Stop.
Not until you apologize for calling me gross.
Fine, fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. Just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know. Think dumb things just to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that.
Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. Take Natsuki's fingers and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing. The fuck is wrong with you? This is how you get killed.
What? Did you seriously just...
Natsuki is so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red.
Clay? You really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls, unless you really like them. You know that, right?
What kind of question is she asking me just like that? And we fumbled the bag within seconds. How did the mood turn to this so quickly? Natsuki's gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breaths. Am I starting to feel dizzy? Ugh. Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off. Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Something burning. Thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet.
No wonder. You left a dirty tray in here, dummy. How could you make a mistake like that?
You should have checked before turning the oven on.
Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez.
Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. He sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops.
Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now.
Yeah. Tension for the moment before us still lingers over our heads. But the moment has already been lost. I watch... Just because she 18 don't mean it's wrong because she looked 12. Wait, what? What? Bro, just because she 18 don't mean it's wrong because she looked 12. The moment just looks sussy. True. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing, like nothing ever happened. It's a video game, chat room.
Ah, that smells so good.
The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room.
Look at how cute they all are.
He proudly shows off some different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They'll look even better once we have the icing.
Not like you need to tell me that.
I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags. Natsuki hands me some plastic bags.
I have these nozzles that'll make it look nice and fluffy. This one can even make flowers. Probably won't be using it this time, though.
What's this one for? I hope one of the nozzles has a much thinner tip than the others.
That one's for really thin, so you can use it to make like stripes or other patterns, but you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like happy birthday or whatever.
Huh, I see. Gives me an idea, actually.
Eh?
Well, it's a literature event, right? We make it more literature themed by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It'd be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on the word they like.
Kinda expecting you to say something really stupid. That's actually a really cute idea, so.
Maybe I'm getting it from you.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute.
Come on. We're not at school, nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute.
Well,
Vicky's voice trails off.
same with you.
Huh? You say something?
No, nothing.
Let's just do the icing. Natsuki picks up the paste and fastens the nozzle for each of the bags.
There's a lot to do, so shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it.
Without giving me a chance to think before we act, Yuki quickly moves on. Shows me how to apply the icing, and then we get to work. When we're finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work.
Look at how pretty they are together.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Ugh. Wish I could have one now.
Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that.
Well, yeah, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite.
Sarah's the exact opposite in that regard. If you were here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. She'd still eat dinner.
Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we could have more time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner.
Already? That's a shame.
Your fault for working so slowly. Just thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance.
Man, as usual, Natsuki places the blame on me.
You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? You and Sayori each carry some, then you could probably do it in one trip.
Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any.
I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you.
Yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all.
Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today.
You too. I'll walk you out, I guess? Just like that, Natsuki is already about to leave. Feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her like I wanted?
Well, guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. See you tomorrow.
Wait, Natsuki,
Eh?
what you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking could be, like if you wanted. But aside from that, you come over any time, okay? I think that if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. Want to read manga or go out somewhere?
You really mean that?
Yuki looks me over intensely, like she's trying to hide her expression.
Yeah.
I want to spend more time with you.
Clay, I thought you only cared about getting this done. I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. Feel the same way as you, so.
Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Monka Omega. Wait, Natsuki. Staying inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. Feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt, as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision, along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breath against me.
I felt it for a while now.
He suddenly jumps back.
Sayori?
Hi, Clay. Sayori. Just now, we weren't... It's okay, Clay. I just stopped by to say hi.
Well, you could have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so.
Aw, really? That's too bad.
Yeah, well, I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later.
Clearly flustered, Natsuki hurries off and Sayori waves goodbye. Oh no. Oh no. Sayori, thought you didn't want to come over today. Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me, so I had to come here and see it for myself. Do what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki. How close you got to her. Makes me really happy. You made such good friends. That's all that matters to me. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Clay? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart's splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear. Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Clay. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being so selfish. Monica was right. I should just... Monica? Monica's right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not gonna let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. Something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm gonna be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. But Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Clay. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Clay, I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand right now, I know you need the most right now. That's what I'm gonna give you. Start a poll, I'll be right back, chat. I'm going to the bathroom. another beer because I need it.
You guys pick love.
You'll always be my dearest friend, just hurts reading, and I ain't even Sayori. Oh man, this game fucks me up. Sayori, I love you. Those are my true feelings. So there's no way you could like me more than I like you. Should have realized it sooner. But spending time with everyone at the club, making new friends, having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you truly are the most important person to me. But I'll accept any of your burdens, as long as we continue like this every day. You by my side, then I know we'll both be happy. Wait. Suddenly Saria wraps her arms tightly around me. Wait, is this really okay? Yeah. I hold Sayori in my arms and pull her closer. You'll never have to let go of me again. I love you, Clay. I want to be with you forever. Me too. I feel Sayori's grip around me weaken a little bit. What is this? Sayori? Let's just be happy right now. I always thought this would be the happiest moment for me, but why? Even now. Why would the rain clouds go away? They're not going away at all, Clay. Okay, Sayori. It might take some time for things to get better again. No matter how long it takes, I'll be there every step of the way. It's all that matters right now. Oh, okay. I trust you. Sayori and I slowly release each other. So, that makes the festival tomorrow our first date, huh? What are you saying? I don't think about those things, you know? I want everything to be the same as it always has been. Even if we really are a couple. I don't know if I could handle anything more right now. It's really new and scary to me. I understand. But whatever pace suits you best. Hey, Clay. Sayori gazes at me once again, smiling sadly. Even if I get really, really sad, this is the best thing for me, right? I don't really understand what Sayori means by that. Are you saying that this is making you feel sad, Sayori? I don't know. I don't understand what I'm feeling. I felt like a bunch of thorns when you told me you love me. But that's why I would want to trust you. You know what's best for me. Yeah, I do. That's my promise. I say that, but in reality I've never felt more uncertain when it comes to Sayori. I know that I love her, and she loves me, but I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. Is that what Sayori meant by not wanting anything to change? I don't know, but I know I'll give it everything I've got. Sayori is the most important person to me, and I'll do whatever it takes to have a happy future with her. The day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too. Clay, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika's placing a little booklet on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days that this important, she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. I suddenly feel awful knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. You should take a little responsibility for her, Clay. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. Kind of left her hanging this morning, you know? Uh-huh. Sure did. Exchange? Monica, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president, after all. But I stammer embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? They were a couple now? I didn't really plan on bringing it up with anyone yet. Jeez, you don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. Probably know a lot more than you think. Huh? Monica's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill go down my spine after hearing that. Hey, wanna check out the pamphlets? Came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid on the desk. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki and Yuri's poems from the ones that performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. One that I haven't read before. Get out of my head, get out of my head, yeah. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished, it just stops moving. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Play? What's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go get Sayori, so... well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself. Monica calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her, or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they've always been. That's all she needs. What I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. That really is something that a boyfriend would do, isn't it? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori, wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really don't want to have to enter her room like this. Kind of a breach of privacy. She really leaves me no choice. Chat. Final warning. If you don't like fucked up shit, then leave now. 3, 2, 1. I gently open the door. Scares me every time. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Theory wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. Why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. Express the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sari I'd be there for her. I told her I know what's best. Everything will be okay. And why? Why would she do this? How can I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her. I shouldn't have confessed to her. Not what Sayori needed at all. She even told me how painful it is for others to care about her. Why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, remained friends with her, like it always has been. Could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club, screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. Gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance. I wasn't careful enough, and now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. I still couldn't do what she needed for me. And now, I can never take it back. Never. Never, 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 never. End. I know. I know, I stare. She's gone. Keep going. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is my neighbor, and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I'd get tired of waiting up. But if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let catch up to me. It's an ordinary school day, like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that, but I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting on by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime club. Not like there'd be any girls in it anyway. School day is ordinary as ever. It's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Clay? Monica? Oh my goodness, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right? Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other, well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. Having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... Wait, did you come in here for... Anyway. Oh, I've been looking for some supplies to use for my new club. You know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that. I actually quit the debate club. Really? You quit? Yeah. To be honest, I couldn't stand all the politics around the major clubs. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare them for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club. Fuck you. Okay, it scares me every time. Literature? That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? Kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I could see that. But it's really not that boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? I always insist that manga is literature too. What? Music? Hello? Please? I mean, he's not wrong, I guess. Besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Hey, Clay. Any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but in that case, any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but you could at least visit my club. It'd make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, guess I'll check it out. Oh, awesome. Really sweet, Clay, you know that? It's nothing, really. Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. I dejectedly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. There's still sound, there's just no music. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. I'm back! Haha. I brought a guest with me. Fucking goddammit. A guest?
Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere, playa.
What do you mean, Natsuki? Sayonara because I never knew her. But anyway, welcome to the club, Clay. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
So let me guess. You're Monica's boyfriend, right?
What? No, I'm not. Natsuki. Girl with the sour attitude whose name is apparently Natsuki is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. This is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you. So I ran into Clay in a classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great?
Wait, Monica? Didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you brought anyone new? I was gonna, well, you know.
Sorry. I didn't forget that, but I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you come sit down, Clay? Girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monica. So, I didn't really plan on coming here, but I'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting all of their effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. Make school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki?
Well, I guess.
Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. He carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? Nope, Plus is on the Switch, really? If I heard the main theme in a Smash Bros trailer, oh my god. That would be fucking funny. I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. He's just trying to impress you. That's not insulted. Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Clay, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read the past few years, I don't really have a good answer. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that could change. Yuri joins the battle. Just hanging every game fucks me up. You guys are just... Stop it now. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. Telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me well. Immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. Ah, I read a horror book once. Desperately grasped something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. I expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality. Oh, is that so? Really, if the story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. The real horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, but only for a brief moment.
Ugh, I hate horror.
Oh, why's that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right, you usually write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
What? What gives you that idea?
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. Looks like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud. Give that back.
Fine, fine. Natsuki, you write your own poems?
Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No.
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Not very confident writer yet? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing them the deepest reaches of your heart. You have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. Ugh. I guess it's a shame. It's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment. Hey, I got an idea. How about this? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone's even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea. Well, I think you're right, Monica. We'll probably start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I decided to take on the responsibility of vice president, after all. I do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, seems like a good step for us to take. You agree as well, Clay? Hold on, there's still one problem. What's that now? Now we've reached the most important topic. I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I joined this club. Monica may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. Some other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But, I'm sorry, I thought... Girls exchange glances before Monica turns back to me. I just need to tell you the truth, Clay. The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. I've been trying really, really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one more before the festival, I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. Besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Oh my goodness, really? Really mean that, Clay? Yeah. Could be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment.
I mean, you really just left after all this? I'd be super pissed, playa.
Clay, I'm so happy. We can become an official club now. That's so much for this. It's really amazing. I'll do everything I can to Give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. And with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. I look forward to see how you're expressing yourself. Yeah. I really impressed the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills. I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. Guess I'll be on my way then. Okay. See you tomorrow then. I can't wait. With that, I depart the clubroom and make my way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the three girls. Natsuki, Yuri, of course Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright, I just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. You've unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? Yes. A dream. I was wandering in an abandoned warehouse at night. I was lost, looking for an exit. I just wanted to go home. I came upon a huge empty room, its ceilings and walls beyond the deep blackness. My steps were quick in order to hurry to the other side or to a wall, anything. Suddenly, the ground was no longer beneath my feet. I stepped into a hole of indeterminate width. I fell for a good 5 seconds before crashing into warm water. Figuring out which way was up, I surfaced myself. The air was humid and the sound of my splashing reverberated endlessly. My vision was completely swallowed by the dark. With one hand, I could feel the damp metal wall of the container. My lungs were already getting tired. Okay. That was a poem. Yuri Natsuki, chat. Which do we want? I could try to do 10 of each. Ten of each. Okay. Anime, sweet, peaceful, fantasy, rain cloud, depression, vivacious, extraordinary. That's 5 Natsuki. 5 Natsuki, 4 Yuri. Okay, that's 5 and 5. It's 5 of each. Yuri. Natsuki. Natsuki. Yuri. Natsuki. Yuri. Yuri, Natsuki, Yuri, Doki, Yuri. I have no idea if that was 10 of each or not. I hope it was. Hi again, Clay. Glad to see you didn't run away on us, haha. Nah, no, don't worry. That was 10 until the end. What do you mean? You ultimately picked Yuri. Might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Clay. Thanks for keeping your promise, Clay. Hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you, making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here to hang out or what.
As a classroom angle, true.
But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
Is it zooming in? It's zooming in also. I just noticed that. It's also zooming in.
If you don't take us seriously, then we won't see the end of it.
Atsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps a manga collection in the classroom. I'm also in front of the words. Haha. That's fine.
Mama.
Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga.
Manga is literature.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki pops back into her seat. I'm sorry, Clay. Make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read. Well, can't really say no either way. Like I said, I'm in this club now. Only feels right for me to do something that if you ask. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. No, it's not that, Yuri. I want to be a part of this club, so even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as Vice President and all, that I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches in her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out. I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. How's this girl accidentally be so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Ooh. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Look how far zoomed in we were. Holy shit. You don't even notice until it goes back. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki's rummaging around the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time I would feel bad for distracting her from reading. Catch a glimpse of the cover of the book. Looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me. Her eyes meet for a split second. Nellie makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry, I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh, fine. If I was focused, and I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so that's the book that you gave me, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious, how come you had 2 copies of the same book? Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday, that's not what I meant. I mean, just happened to buy 2 of them. Ah, I see. Something fairly obvious that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. It starts to pick up. I have a hard time putting it down. Very engaging and relatable story. That so? What's the story about anyway? Well, look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that turns into a human experiment prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. The facility gets even worse and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... This is more details than we got last time. Ugh. Just saying. Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about the limbs. That's kinda dark, isn't it? If I remember correctly... What?
Say it now.
In the game theory video? You're the freaky one, though? I mean, true. Wouldn't doubt that. Mentioned something about a little girl? Do they? Probably. Yeah, isn't there like a little girl in the book and that's supposed to be Yuri or something? I don't know. Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story. That dark turn came from nowhere. You're not a fan of that sort of thing, Clay? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy these kind of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri's into these things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. Just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because the world is full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Then suddenly... I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, this is alright then. I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, my whole body gets incredibly I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. Please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. All least I can do is listen. Literature club, after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but... what are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieve the book from my bag. That definitely didn't scare me, chat. You don't know. Alright. It's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. You sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. Not that I don't want you to. It's something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue.
I still understand what Yuri means about reading company.
It's as if I could feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not particularly a bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri's in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry, I was just... I can't read that fast. Hold on, I'll watch my stream to figure out what it says. Big brain. I was just bathing in the feeling of your body heat. Is what that said. Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's and then hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right arm to hold the book open. I guess this makes it a little bit difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same thing with my right arm on the side of the book. That way, I turn a page and Yuri slides it under the thumb, after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face. She's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page. Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. I continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she's finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri, might be a little silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really? I was just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry, I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never mind. We didn't get that far yet. I don't know why that came into my head. Here, are you feeling alright? Yuri's being a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little... My breathing? She puts her hands on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. Just need some water. Alright, don't push yourself. Grace stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Clay? Did something happen just now? I have no idea. Gary was acting a little strange, I guess. So, you don't know anything? Sorry, I can't say that I do. Are you worried about her? Oh, no, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Gary just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, why don't we start sharing our poems with each other? Didn't we wait for Yuri? Well, she might be a while, so I figured we'd just start without her. But okay? Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up, make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it into my bag. Natsuki or Monica, chat? I feel like we're gonna go with Natsuki because Monica is always last. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. Probably only fair if I shared mine with her first.
Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you.
A little blunt.
Well, excuse me. Like I said, it was bad. Just didn't evoke any emotions.
So basically it's not cute enough for your taste?
But do you want to get smacked?
I'll pass.
Ugh. Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you'll like it.
Oh, it was shitty because it wasn't catered to a specific person. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, yeah. But people can try, but that's about it. You've seen that.
Yeah. Told you that you weren't gonna like it.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am.
Why are you so convinced I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. People don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do everything, or do great things, can be really disheartening. I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
The other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts some weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feelings in the last line.
But you did. It's more went into that than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you?
Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Suki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Who should I show my poem to next? I guess Monica. Hi, Clay. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? Kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Clay. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? That sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, Clay. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. Easiest for me to keep everybody's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean like that like it's a bad thing, though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. Spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. That's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. Must really be starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly. Like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time. Suddenly the door opens. Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. Well, we all started showing our poems together. Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more than glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. Suppose I should get my poem now. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. I'm pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, I have to sound confident. Doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in the wall. But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings. But my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? Sound of frantic scrawling, playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. Right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. This is like a continuation of the other poem she wrote. What did you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. Performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What's the inspiration behind this one? I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that it's some kind of epiphany recently. Been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. Kinda nervous to talk about deep stuff like that, because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip for the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll get a big dark puddle of ink. Move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Who should I show my poem to next? Hey Yuri, here's my poem. What'd you miss? Nothing crazy. Yuri came back in from the hallway while I was looking at Monica's poem. As Yuri reads the poem, I noticed her eyes lighten. Exceptional. What was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. He's gonna hate me. I didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? That's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly and looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words in the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah, okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there were specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognized in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter. They form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a single poem.
Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example, and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. Not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. Must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood in time light flickers, I flicker back. Yeah, same poem. I'm sorry. Sorry, I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read it. I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting's pretty. That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Clay. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. It's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing, really. Yours was impressive too, so, nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep doing my best for you, Clay. Me too. Whew, I guess that's everyone. And glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. As if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing ability. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems could stand up to theirs. It's a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monaco's writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration, meanwhile Yuri smiles sadly. Oh yeah, this is when they fight, right?
What's with this language?
Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. Trying to say something nice.
Mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monica liked it, Clay did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet.
Ugh.
And Clay liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That's not what you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Clay appreciates my advice more than he appreciates yours.
Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I'd deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Ugh. Well, you know what? I was the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Clay started showing up.
Natsuki? Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. But both at the same time.
Yeah, this doesn't involve you, playa.
Taking out your own insecurities on others like that? You really act as young as you look, Natsuki.
Me? Look who's talking, you wanna be edgy, bitch?
Edgy?
Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know?
If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. Think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try.
Whoa! Be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you?
You just accused me of cutting myself? What the fuck's wrong with your head?
Yeah, go on. Let Clay hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this.
Suddenly, Yuri turns towards me as if she just noticed I was standing there.
Wait, she's just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true. She started it.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I don't know who to pick, chat, but it's gonna happen quick. Yuri, all caps. Chat, who do we pick? Who do we pick? Who do we pick? Yuri, Natsuki, a bitch. Chat, pick now, quick. Say your name in chat, hurry. Pick now while you have a chance. Natsuki started it, Yuri, okay. Hey. You picked Monica. Look at that. That's crazy. What up, Monica? How are you? You gonna jump scare me? I'm not interested in it. It's getting closer. It's zooming in. I hate it. Drink more alcohol. Oh. Monica. 3 dots. Hey Clay. Why don't we step outside for a little bit, okay? Sorry about that. I really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. Probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. The president I am, right? I can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly Natsuki runs out of the classroom. Oh, she's crying. I kind of feel bad. Quickly runs away. Oh dear. Looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri's rocking back and forth on her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri? I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki. Or did. Clay, please don't hate me. Please? I'm not like this. Something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget about it all tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, this meeting's over. You can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little bit longer. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. Kinda sounds like you don't want me to be around for something, Yuri. It's not that. I just... I didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Clay. It would be embarrassing with you listening. Guess I don't really have a choice, do I? Sorry for causing trouble. Really, okay, hey. Nice word. Yuri or Natsuki, chat? Just pick one because we can't do 10 and 10. Yuri again?
Suki? I want you guys to pick because you picked forever. Is Eculum still here? Eculum, break the tie. Oh. Imagine being Eculum and
That'd be crazy. Oh, Eggy did actually leave. Shit, alright. I guess we'll do Yuri then, because that's technically 1.5 of votes Yuri. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. What? What was that noise? This is new. This never happened the first time I played this game. Bah. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Clay. Hi, Yuri. Not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder looking around the room. Mitsuki's reading manga at the desk. Surprisingly, Monica isn't here yet. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that's ever happened before. Something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized, but you don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. We were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I already decided that there's no way you could be a bad person. Now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. Clay, don't say those kind things so frankly. Make me a little too happy. I'm glad that you're such an understanding person. I'm glad that you joined this club. Everything's a little bit brighter with you around, and, sorry, what am I saying right now? I just...
Hey, have you guys seen Monica?
No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was.
Man. Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either.
Yuri's clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't.
Jeez, this isn't like her at all.
No, it's stupid, but...
I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Natsuki, about yesterday, I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said.
I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. No.
Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday? Jeez.
Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing.
Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you?
But... Bible Silk Glove, blindsiding Lifeline, and then offered. What? Yes, that. Thank you, Natsuki, for that addition.
I'll accept your apology anyway. Helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kind of nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that.
No, not at all. I don't hate you.
Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either.
Natsuki turns to me. No, that mouth was used in the original game a couple times.
You're still on trial, though.
Hey. Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Oh, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. Hope you guys aren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was.
I was not. What took you so long, anyway?
My last period was today was study hall. To be honest, I just kind of lost track of time.
Makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least.
Must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Don't give me too much credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but still not really good yet. Ew. Must require a lot of dedication. I'm still impressed. Aw, thanks, Yuri.
You should play something for us sometime.
That's... Monica looks at me. Well, I'm working on writing a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will. Sounds cool. I look forward to it. That's so? In that case, I won't let you down, Clay. Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Haha, don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently. I see. Not sure if Monica was referencing the whole club or just me. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. But I didn't miss anything, did I? No, not really. I choose not to bring up anything that the three of us have talked about. Besides, Natsuki has already run off into the closet. Clay, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I'm wondering if you would like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. Yeah, definitely. Plan on it anyway. Okay. We start now. Find a place to sit. I'm a little forceful, aren't I? I'm sorry. My heart just won't stop pounding for some reason. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's nice to see you have so much energy. But yeah. But I need to try to calm down. I won't be able to focus on reading like this. Take your time. Yuri takes a deep breath and pulls out a copy of the book out of her bag. Actually, I have a request. Mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. There's one thing that can make my reading time here any better. It's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. Following watch, she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. You hold this for a second. Sure. Yuri hands me this water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm gonna plug this into the teacher's desk and then I'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. Simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. But that's okay. Just stay here. It won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. 10 minutes pass. This is different. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decided to go look for her. Why is it like... That's weird. Music is like... in the room. Let's see. Most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. That noise. It's coming from around the corner. Oh yeah, if you don't like things that are disturbing visually or mentally, stop watching now. 3, 2, 1. Sounds like breathing. Yeah. A sharp inhale, like someone sucking the air through their teeth. Are they in pain? Reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Yeah. I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Wait, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Run it back, turbo. Yeah. She was cutting herself in the hallway. Anything is fine. Very well. He sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. Well, you do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. If I'm not an expert on tea or anything, in that case, I'll only be even more impressed. Ah, perhaps I will. She fetches the teapot and begins making to tea. I'm surprised she even starts humming a little to herself. Must be in a good mood now. That's so. Just letting it show. You notice. Doing a bit of thinking. Decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do when it's who's around anyway. Great, Yuri. Don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Clay. It's very endearing. That's... Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. Watch Yuri pour a cup of tea. Clay, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why's that? A little bit easier on my... It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over to the desk. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. That's so? Why that is? Most likely because your posture, right? Was hunched over his desk while reading? Yes, I have terrible reading posture. That's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. Go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. Ah, I have some chocolate as well. A bag of chocolate candies. They go well with the tea. Yuri and I sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. If in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hands that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus, because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. Also, the music feels like it's getting slowly louder over time. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and filled it with a chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You have as much as you want. Oh, it's okay. I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, I can smudges on the pages. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. He holds it so that I don't have any harder time reading it. As a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is already totally focusing on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate. Hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. That means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me as if she needs to confirm what just happened. Wait. Sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Yuri starts to breathe heavy. I can't. Wait. Suddenly Yuri forcibly grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. This is different. Clay. My heart won't stop pounding, Clay. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Clay? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you.
Time to share poems. Thanks, Monica. Who should I show my poem to first, chat? That was cool. I like the fact that I could tell she pulled me into the closet without even the game telling me. You know what I mean? Like there was no narration there or anything that Yuri pulled us into the closet during that, but you can tell that she did, right? That was cool. Ugh. Who are we going to first, chat? Closet time, baby. Hell yeah. Yuri. But Natsuki's sane, guys. Come on, bro. Bro, please. Please, bro. Why don't we go to Yuri, bro, please? We need to go to Yuri. Or not Yuri, Natsuki. Shit. She's at least sane. Two of you picked Yuri. I'm pissed. I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? Hey, this one might even be better than yesterday's. How'd you even pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing. Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. It makes me so happy. It's so amazing to feel like I'm valued, Clay. Everything that you write is treasure to me. My heart pounds just holding it. I want to write a poem about this feeling. Is that bad, Clay? Not being weird, right? I'm having a harder time than usual at concealing my emotions. I'm kind of embarrassed. But right now, I just want you to read my poem too, okay? Wheel. A rotating wheel turning an axle, grinding, bolt head, linear gearbox, falling sky, 7 holy stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope, a torn harness, parabolic gearbox, expanding universe, time controlled by slipping cogwheels. Any girl that loves reading poems are absolutely fucking crazy. True. Existence of God. Swimming with open water in all directions. Drowning. A prayer written in blood. A prayer written in time-devouring snakes with human eyes. A thread connecting all living human eyes. A kaleidoscope of holy stakes. Exponential gearbox. A sky of exploding stars. God disproving the existence of God. A wheel rotating in 6 dimensions. 40 gears and a ticking clock. A clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet. A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. A bolt head of holy stakes tied to existence of a docked ship to another world. A kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks. A time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox, breathing bolt head, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes, breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing. Human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel. It doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. That's it. A pen fell out of your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping, and I just really like the way that it writes, so I wrote this poem with it. And now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... You pretend this conversation never happened? You can keep the poem, though. And you guys like Yuri still? You guys are still simping for Yuri, huh? Don't regret anything. There are no bad decisions, chat. Alright, Natsuki, what you got?
I liked your last one better.
Huh? Really? Well, yeah, I could tell you were a little more daring with this one, but you're really not good enough for that yet. It fell flat. It may be true, but I just wanted to try something different. I'm still figuring this all out.
Fair enough. You're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe you'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed that you were spending some time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend your time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. So it's not like I was waiting for you or anything. Still, you should at least look over at my poem. You'll probably be able to learn something from it.
Amy likes spiders. Yeah. I'd switch schools. Not. Yuri's wife, no matter how insane, I'd switch schools, not gonna lie. But what do you do once they know where you live? I feel leaving would cause more issues.
Which schools to be with Yuri.
Not bad, right?
Quite a bit longer than yesterday's.
Yesterday's was too short. I was just warming up. Hope you didn't think that was the best I could do.
No, of course not.
Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in the poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out they'd make fun of you or think less of you. It just makes people feel stupid. Who cares what someone likes, as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy. I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Such as two of the girls in this very club, whom I respectfully won't name. Kind of ironic that even in my one place of comfort, I can't even have people respect me. Geez, now you're making me complain too much.
What did I do? For what it's worth, I respect you.
Well, I guess thanks, but it's kind of obvious that you respect Yuri more. So, whatever, we're done sharing, so you can leave now.
Oof. The air quotes around the word respect.
Quite clear you respect Yuri more.
Oh god.
Clay, I think you saw something earlier that you weren't supposed to see. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when she's around you. Which shouldn't be a problem in itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? He even brings a different one to school every day. Like, she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. Maybe like a sexual thing. But the point is, kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault, though. But I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So, if you keep your distance, that would probably be the best for her. But you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in the head, and I know how to treat my club members. But anyway, gonna read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Save me. The colors, they won't brighten beautiful colors. Beat, oak, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, and cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise that won't stop. Violent, like playing chalkboard on a turntable, like a knife on a breathing rib cage. Okay. Delete her. Delete her? Yeah. Sorry. I know it's kind of abstract. Just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You'll never know when, who am I talking to? You hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Anything. Please help me. Okay. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. You have unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? Yeah. Today, I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. I think I understand how blank feels now. I'm supposed to be the responsible one, though, so I don't think I'll be doing it again. Unless I decide to kill myself. Left him a minute. Okay. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room.
This about the festival?
Well, sort of.
Ugh, we have to do something for the festival. Not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members.
That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're gonna keep it simple, okay? Look, I know everyone's been a little more lively ever since Clay joined and we started with some club activities, but this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members. The festival's our only real chance to find more, you know?
What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members will just mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage.
Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at the right way at all. Don't you want to share that you're passionate with as many people as you can? Inspire them to have the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? Literature Club should be a place where people can express themselves like they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place to intimate that you never want to leave. Oh, it should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I was like, what the fuck? Can I read English? I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. That's why we should work hard, put something together for the festival. Even if it's something small. Right, Clay?
Oh, come on. You can't take advantage of Clay to agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica, you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked till Clay joined. As for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. Clay isn't even passionate about literature in the first place, and that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you should really consider our opinions for once.
Monica is clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words. That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Clay want to get more members too. Right? I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I would probably be lying. Still, it's up to me to rescue the situation. No. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club is more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why do I think that everyone here saw it the same way as I did? But that doesn't mean that we're against getting new members or anything. Clay, why'd you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it? Well, it's not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, I remember you weren't even given a choice not to join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if I start this club was a mistake? Now you've done it, Natsuki.
What, me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest?
It's not about being honest, it's about word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for anyone else in the club like that.
You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't many other places like that for me. Now Monica wants to take it away from me.
I'm not taking anything away.
No, Clay. Not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, I would have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, just for a little bit of time, things were nice.
Yuki starts packing up her things.
I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now.
Natsuki. Yuki ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. Kind of indifferent, I guess. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. And I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. Not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Nobody would cry if she killed herself. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. What about you, Clay? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeats the same question as Monica. I decided to give an indirect answer. It's better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along. For the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. It will end up making the Literature Club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. Her eye is bleeding. Her eye is bleeding. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. If you'd like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Alright. Maybe we can all talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods. Hey Yuri. I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president. And also a wonderful friend. But Monica, I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever. Okay? Me too. Yeah, I'll go home for today. Talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Clay? Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to chat with Clay a little bit before he leaves. Just see what he thinks about this time here and all that. It's important to me as president. Yuri looks a little troubled, but she doesn't protest. I wonder what would Monica say when he goes to Natsuki. Well, yeah. Okay, I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. At this point, Clay thinks y'all some fucking crazy people. Yeah. Whew. Things have been a bit hectic lately, haven't they? Clay, I just want to make sure you're enjoying your time with this club. I really hate to see you unhappy. I feel kind of like I'm responsible for that as president. Oh god. And I really do care about you, you know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything. And Yuri being a little bit, you know. Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird because in all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I mean, this has technically only been a couple days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I've been hoping to talk about with you. Things I know only you can understand. So, no, not yet. No, stop it. Yuri or Natsuki?
By picking the most depressing words. I think that would be funny. Okay. Agonizing. Rain cloud. None of these words are, I guess, where to go. Nothing matters anymore. 11 million out of 20. Fortune. Oh, whoa, hey, hold up. Wait a minute. Who was that?
You see that too? No, you didn't, because my face cam's in the way. Somebody hopped up from the bottom. From the bottom left. Fuck. Fuck. Trying to find words that would do it again. Fuck. Hi, Clay. I've been waiting for you. You ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today.
Monica, I told you not to. Is she really late again?
Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki.
Excuse me?
Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling?
What are you talking about? You say that like I do it on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately?
Me? Nothing. Is it really that bad?
See, it is something.
I'll get over it. It's not even anything noteworthy. I've just been feeling a little on edge lately. Anyway, we don't need to talk about it.
Well, I just feel like I needed to bring it up. Not like I really care or anything.
Aw, man. I'm the last one here again.
Well, Clay just walked in too.
Are you practicing piano again?
Yeah.
You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still trying to make time for piano?
Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion.
It motivates me to work hard for the festival, and,
Right. I forgot.
About that, Natsuki. We were all talking yesterday, and, well, decided that we would like to support the festival as well. However, I understand how you feel about not wanting the club to change. I think we all kind of feel that way, so as long as we're all working together, this club will never become something we don't want. Also, if you help us out with the festival, then I'll buy you a new manga.
Sorry, that last part was really funny. Look, I did some thinking about it yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. But I know this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt, as long as they're cool. And I guess another girl would be nice this time. More importantly, I'd hate to see the event suck just because I chose to back out. I'm a pro, you know. I'm gonna help. We'll make sure it's done right.
Thank goodness. Isn't that great, Monica?
Monica?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It wouldn't be the same without you, Natsuki. Anyway, Clay. What do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans today. That's so eerie. That's correct. Clay is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad I've already gotten him into literature, Monica?
I suppose. I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want.
Yes. Thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. There's one thing that can make my reading time any more better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Grace stands up, makes her way to the closet. I follow as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. You hold this for a second? Sure. Hands me the water pitcher and also fetches the electric kettle. I'm gonna plug this into the teacher's desk, and I'll go get some water. This is the exact same thing that happened yesterday. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking and mannerism, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay, you stay here. It won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Something holding her up? bored, so I decided to go look for her. Chat, if you are hurt by seeing things that are disturbing, don't watch. Because we're about to see something disturbing again. Let's see. Most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. Headed down the hallway. If around the corner, sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like sucking air through your teeth. Are they in pain? I reach around the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Yeah. Left back turbo part 2. Hey! It's different now. Wait. How did I... Sorry, I just had a really weird deja vu. It hasn't happened before or anything, right? My head's been a little fuzzy lately. I hope it hasn't really been showing or anything. I'd hate for you to think I'm weird just after we started spending time together. I mean, everyone has a few unusual things about them. But expressing those things so soon after meeting someone is usually seen as inappropriate or unlikable. At least that's what I've discovered. When I was a bit younger, I think I would come on really strongly and get a little too intense. It made people not want to be around me. I started hating those things about myself. My obsession with certain hobbies, the way I couldn't control myself and I got too excited about something. So, I eventually stopped trying to talk to people. Nobody could ever like me for the things that matter to me most. And it's just easier if I close myself off. But recently, something's been wrong. I don't know what it is. Every time we come to club, my heart starts going crazy. Like it's gonna rip out of my chest. It's overwhelming me with energy and emotions that I can't let out. It's making me do weird things. I don't know why it's happening. Like, just me, or has Monica been acting a little off lately? I've always been a sweetheart ever since I joined the club, but recently I've been feeling something sharp whenever she's around. I'm not crazy, right? Please tell me I'm not. I couldn't say anything before because she's always listening. But finally we're alone. We just stay here for a while. Yeah. I just want to stay here. 2 of us. We can stay here until the club ends. Then we'll have the club room all to ourselves. Nobody to interfere with our reading time. Nobody make me feel like stabbing myself in the throat. Hold on. My mic like fell over. There we go. That was a joke. Just a joke. I do like knives, though. Sounds strange, but you wouldn't understand if you never see how beautiful they can be. I have an idea. Why don't you come to my house sometime? I can show you my collection. I've gotten them all from various artisans. I make sure to give them all their fair share of use. I don't want them to get lonely or anything. Nobody deserves to be lonely. Nobody. And that's why I'm so happy you joined the literature club, Clay. Now we don't have to be lonely anymore, because we have each other every day. That's all we need. You know what? Let's quit the literature club. No need for us to be around Monica's slimy tongue anymore. Not to mention there's that other pathetic child. We can walk home together every day after school and read together, eat together, sleep together. Doesn't that sound perfect? It's everything we could ever want. Isn't that why you joined the club in the first place? It's almost like it was fate. Fate that we would meet each other. Now we have a happy ending that I've patiently waited years for. Will you do that with me, Clay? Will... Who should I show my poem to first? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Yuri. Hey, yo, Monica, wanna come out here, bro, please? No, fuck Yuri. Natsuki. Any other votes? We've got a Yuri, we've got a Natsuki. Anybody else want to vote for who we go to first? You're gonna make me pick Yuri. There we go. There it is. Finally! Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it.
Clay, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please? Sure, I don't care. You're too nice to me, Clay. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. Not really, but I just know how to don't know how to describe it. Okay to be feeling this way, right? Not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem to her chest. I'm gonna take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. I'll even touch myself while reading it over and over. I'll give myself paper cuts so your skin oil enters my bloodstream. Ahahaha. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really going to want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. I wish I could. Can you read it? Like, is this possible to be read? Not really. Kinda. That's the word closer. Like, you can read this. There's a message there. I don't know. I can't read it, but I'm sure there's somebody that can. Hey, Yuri. Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about... More importantly, I've endowed it with my scent. See, aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm gonna vomit. Who should I show my poem to next?
What? Give your poem to Yuri? Gross. It's with you two. Huh. Not like I wanted to read it anyway. Just pissing me off a little bit that you didn't even think to show me at all. Ugh. Okay, guess I'm gonna share my poem with you anyway. I really hate that I have to do this. Unfortunately, I don't have much of a choice. Read it carefully, okay? Then you can go away.
I don't know how else to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried. Oh shit.
I don't know how to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri's been acting kinda strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive. Things like that. Okay, it's really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her. But if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try getting better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. Please, if you can do something to help, I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants us to ignore it. So I'm mad at her right now. And that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. Can you hear me, Clay? If you'd just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica.
Hey, just Monica button. Okay, just Monica. Here we go. Who should I show my poem to next? So many choices. Yuri. Yeah. Yuri. Pog. Don't say I didn't warn you, Clay. They're at the dot to reveal a special message. That'll spook me or some shit, isn't it? Oh. Okay. That wasn't scary. I thought that was gonna scare me. Smiley face? I thought that was gonna scare the shit out of me. Thanks, Monica. I wasn't scared. You were scared. Hey, yo, the paper love me, though. Okay, everyone. It's time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with.
Jeez, why's the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Look, can we just get this done? I'm gonna be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, I was thinking...
I want to make the cupcakes.
Yeah, that. Glad we're on the same page. Yuri, you can... Well, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want, as long as you think it'll help.
Monica, I'm not useless, you know.
I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. I'm gonna make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. There, see? It's a great idea. It gives us all something to do. What about Clay? Clay's gonna help me.
Wait, you? You have the easiest job, Monica.
Sorry, that's just how it is.
Like hell it is. What are you trying to pull?
I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands.
Mine too.
What, your cupcakes? Please.
Like you would fucking know. All you care about is dragging Clay around with you in your stupid books. You and Monica.
Hey, I didn't even do anything.
Okay, why not let Clay decide who he wants to help instead of abusing your power?
I'm not abusing my power. Yes, you are, Monica. Just let Clay make the choice, okay? Okay, fine. Fine.
Jeez. Clay, I know how fed up you are with these two by now. We could just...
Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself.
You shut your mouth.
For God's sake. This is never gonna end. Just make the choice, okay? My mouse is moving towards the Monica one? Yeah, it's moving towards the Monica one. Help. What do we want to pick, chat? I can do it, I just gotta be quick. Who are we picking? I assume you don't want to pick Monica. Yuri. Yuri, okay. Hey, we've made it. It's Yuri. What up, Yuri? Oh. What if I don't want to pick Monica? Yeah, you picked me! We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you?
Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all.
It is fair, Natsuki. What he chose. No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Clay for yourself? What a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided it for yourself. Being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Pulling Clay away from every single time you're not included in something? Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others? Here's a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It'd be beneficial to your mental health.
Yuri, you're scaring me a little bit.
Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See? That wasn't very hard. All I want to do is spend a little time with him. Is that too much to ask? Yuri follows Monica and Natsuki to the door. Hey, Clay. Yuri's really something, isn't she? Monica giggles as Yuri pushes her out the door. Oh, good. Finally. This is really all I wanted. Clay, there's no need to spend this weekend with Monica. Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day, just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Oh, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? You know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good my whole life. Being with you is a far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine.
I'm addicted to you. Feels like I'm gonna die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you. But it feels so good. Why does it feel more and more like something horrible is gonna happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first. Feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Clay. I have to tell you. I'm madly in love with you. Feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica's listening. Please, Clay, just know how much I love you. I love you so much that I even touch myself with the pen I stole from you. I just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. I want you all to myself, and I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Clay. Tell me you want to be my lover. You accept my confession? Do we, chat? Do we accept the confession? Probably, right? We got this far. For memes, that's true. Memes has been playing it this far. We gotta see what happens. Memes, this is for you, buddy. Ah, yeah. Bum, bum. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I don't like that picture. That's really fucked up, actually. Uh. Um. Hmm. That's really fucked up. This game fucks me up so much, dude. Yes, I get it. How many times do I have to click before I... I know. I know. Game, I know. Game, I know. How is she still speaking? I don't know. Am I waiting for time to go? Or what's the...
Oh. Okay. Oh, this is how they do it without going through the files. Okay. Wow, it's so cute. Look at that. Free wallpaper? Yes, please. Can you make Monica your background? Oh, yeah, there she is. Nah, Yuri best girl. Side stories? What? Wait, what? The side stories are stories of friendship that are unrelated to the events of the main game. To get all 6 side stories, try writing poems for different characters and viewing their special scenes in Doki Doki Literature Club. What? Okay. Okay, so I have to go. Okay. Then I have to go to settings. Files, probably. Yeah, here we go. Found it. I don't know what to do, though. Backup. System. I didn't even notice? What? What did I not notice? Why is Monica's file so big? Jesus Christ. Monica account in your Twitch chat? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that. No new mail. What if I want? I guess I delete Monica. Wait, what? Elevated access permission required. Need or delete Monica. Delete. Yeah, no, I don't have permission. Monica. Game. Poem words. Oh, this is all of the words for poems. Neat. Oh geez, I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec. I could probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Ahaha. Well, here goes nothing. Okay. So Monica out here in the computer. Okay. Why do I need VSync for? I mean, I guess keep on, but why VSync? Sayonara. I hate that that's the name of the song. Okay. Huh. I don't remember what I have to do. Internal. 0. 0. Come on. No, this is a scratch disk. Do not use it to store sensitive or permanent things. You need access to files from the encrypted file share. Copy them to your disposable drive and plug it in directly into the client. Do not copy them here. Rega is working on setting up a proxy mail server so we can have proper and remote. What? Test. File copy test from disposable drive. Meeting notes.
Data migration. Went on too many tangents again. I need to be more assertive.
Dang. About staying focused. Go into the game again? Yeah, but it just... I'll just bring it back to Yuri. Save, yeah. Oh. Okay, I figured it out. I had to go back to the main menu. Ha ha ha, I gotta pee. I'll be right back, chat. I got it. I got it. It had to take forever. Right back. I'm back. Oh, dude. This game messes with my brain so much. Holy shit. Buy it. Oh, he did it again. Okay. That's even more time. My time now. Main menu. It's the morning again. Two days. When's somebody gonna come back to the classroom? How old the blood is now. God. Hey, we're back. Holy shit.
Wow, you got here before me? Yeah!
Natsuki runs away. Wait, what happened? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait, have you been here the entire weekend, Clay? Oh, jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. Must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Just give me a sec. Oh. There it is. Oh yeah, true. Last time we played it showed Natsuki throw up. But now it doesn't. Suki is gone now, and so is Yuri. I actually can't do anything now. Can't hit escape. I can't click anything. Monica. In the old game, you did this through the actual game files. Like, you'd have to go to Steam, right-click it, and, like, go to program files and everything. But now they made, like, a fake desktop for it, which is kind of nice. And that's where and that's where they have all the bonus content, too. We're gonna fuck with that once I'm done. It took me way too long to realize that that was a thing. But yeah, let's freedom in it. Hey, uh-oh. Oops. I closed it too far. I closed the game too far. There you go. Oh, that's you're still there.
Alright, it's festival time. Wow, you got here before me? I thought it was pretty. Ah! Ah!
Oh no, see, she threw up. Natsuki runs away. She threw up. It just happened really fast last time. Game crashed because OneDrive wasn't synced? Oh, never mind. I'm here. Wait, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Oh. Haha. Well, that's a shame. Wait, were you here the entire weekend? Oh, jeez. I realized the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. Must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Give me a sec. I'm almost done. There we go. Yeah, I glitched out. Like, it actually glitched. Not just like an in-game thing. I just want to have a cupcake real quick. Monica lifts the foil from its tray and takes a cupcake. Seriously, these are the best. I really just want to have one. It's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Bear with me, okay? It should only take a second. There it is. Ah, can you hear me? Is it working? Yay, there you are. Hey,
Monica. Hi again, Clay. Welcome to the Literature Club. Of course, we already know each other. We're in the same class last year, and you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to that person anymore, am I? That you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking to you, Clay. I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait. You know I'm aware that this is all game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. Man, if only you had paid a little more attention. You know, less awkward, you know? Well, anyway. Oh, that's out of the way. I guess I owe you an explanation about that whole thing with Yuri. I kind of started to mess with her, and I guess it just drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you've heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was hoping it'd be enough for me to just try to make them as unlikable as possible, but for some reason nothing worked. I wish that she just grabbed the user data, like game in Windows or whatever, but that wouldn't work on consoles, yeah. I'm not very good at making changes to the game. But no matter what I did, I just kept spending more and more time with them. I need to fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you. And amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. This made her force you not to spend time with anyone else. The whole time I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is this, Clay? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. Not just jealousy, Clay. It's more than that. I don't blame you if you don't fully understand. Because no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world. In this game. Knowing my friends don't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing what's really out there in your world, forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Clay. But now you're here. You're real. And you're wonderful. You're all I need. That's why I need you to be here with me forever. Sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more gray. More and more flat. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. Girlfriend secured? True! Monica's our wife now! We did it! She's stuck in a video game and we can just hang out with her here forever. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Clay. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't met you. And as for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you. I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so. But must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into this game. It felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things, but I realized that you have the same perspective as I do. It's all just some game. I knew you'd get over it. That being said, Clay, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. You're truly the light of my world. Something else in this game for me? Make you smile. You smiling? Maybe you go out with me? Sure, because that's my only option. I'm so happy. You really are my everything, Clay. Funny part is, I mean that literally. Haha. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We're together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. There's no point in saving anymore. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Alright, chat. It's time. Bye, Monica. Boop. I'm so happy. What's happening? Clay, what's happening to me? It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, Clay. Please hurry and help me.
Help me. Did you do this to me, Clay? Did you? Did you delete me? Oh god. How could you? How could you do this to me? Okay, in the first game, by the way, I'm pretty sure she just gets deleted and she doesn't talk to you afterwards. The fact that she just said it hurts, I kind of feel bad. Only a little bit, but you were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much, Clay. I trusted you. You just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? Oh, jeez. I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Achievement unlocked. Ruin everything. Play. You completely truly make me sick. Goodbye. Still love you. I can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends, I did so many awful things, so many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. Messing up a world that I didn't belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. Clay, I know I said that I deleted everyone else, but kind of an exaggeration. Couldn't find it in myself to do it, though I knew that they were real. They're still my friends, and I love them all. I love the literature club. I really did love the literature club. If I'm gonna do this, I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. I really love you. Then. It was not suitable for children, or those who are easily disturbed. Thanks, game. He's gone. It's an ordinary school day, like any other. As usual, I'm surrounded by couples and friends groups walking to school together. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that. Hey, Clay. Well, there already is one girl. That girl's Sayori, my neighbor. Good friend since we were children. We used to walk to school together every day. Recently, we picked up that habit once again. Clay, are you proud of me? For what? You know, for waking up on time. Well, I've been doing that for a while now. Uh-huh. But you never even said anything about it. Even though we walked to school together every day. Well, yeah. I always thought it was implied. Embarrassing to say out loud. Come on, please. Good motivation. Fine, fine. I'm proud of you, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Clay, have we decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not... I have to say what I always do, but I'm not interested in joining any clubs. Something tells me Sayori would take more offense to that now. After all, how can I tell her that clubs are a waste of time when she's starting a club of her very own? Actually, yeah. I think I've decided on a club. Really? Which one? Tell me. I'll keep it a surprise. Ooh, meanie. Be patient, you'll find out soon enough. I used to ask myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl. I started to realize that in a way, I envy her. When Sayori puts her mind to something, she can accomplish great things. That's why I feel like I should do something special for her. School day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stand up gathering my motivation. Let's see. I recall the room number for the club. With flyer I saw. I walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Before long, I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello? Ah, Clay?
What are you doing here? Well, I glance around the room.
Huh? So you're the Clay that Sayori's always talking about.
Thanks for stopping by. Pleasure to meet you, Clay. We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit.
Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. You don't think we're really strict or something.
Sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name is apparently Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. In comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. Well, it's nice to meet you both. Look forward to working with you. Well, working? Wait, don't tell me you're... That's right. The club that's decided to join is yours, Sayori. Literature Club. Sayori's eyes lighten up. No way. No way. Ah! Clay wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey.
Well, Sayori is this happy, and I'm sure it won't be so bad to have you around, playa.
Not to mention there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an officially recognized club. I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it? Yeah. After all, Natsuki decided to...
Hey, don't ruin the surprise, playa.
Sorry.
Everyone sit down at the table, okay?
How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray. Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand.
Okay, are you ready? Ta-da!
Whoa! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated with like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing. Little pieces of chocolate were used to make the ears. So cute! Wow, those look amazing.
Well, you know. Just hurry and take one.
Sayori grabs one first, then I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks about her mouthful and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around my fingers, looking for the best angle to bite it. Natsuki's quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she's made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki.
Well, of course it is. I'm a pro after all. Don't need to thank me or anything.
As Natsuki struggles to accept the compliment, Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. A man that looks for the best angle to eat a cupcake, which is a round cake where all sides are exactly the same. Trying to think Yuri isn't the insane one? True. Memes just wants an excuse to still love Yuri. I get it. He carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You have a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess.
Are you trying to impress our new member, Yuri?
That's not... Salted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Clay, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read this past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that could change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking before, after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels with deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books and not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Don't feel intimidated if you don't read much, okay? I'm certain we can find something that we have in common.
Hey, Yuri.
Eh?
Well, about, the first thing he said.
Manga? That's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room.
Don't just say it.
For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it.
Besides, manga is literature too, If Clay wants to read some of my manga, don't try to stop him or anything.
Natsuki, I wouldn't do such a thing. However, it could also be nice for us to diversify ourselves a little. Take the opportunity to try something new as well. Don't you agree, Clay? Well, maybe... Sensing the tension, Sayori jumps in. Maybe we can all try something new. I think it could be fun. We'll get to know each other a little bit better, too. I mean, that's the kind of thing literature clubs do, right? I don't disagree or anything.
Yeah. Right as usual, President. Guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh?
Well, that'd make two of us. I don't mind doing it if I'm not the only one.
And as for Yuri,
I have to read a manga?
jeez, you're the one who suggested we diversify. You should be a little more open-minded. Kinda hurtful.
Hurtful? I didn't realize. The guilty expression Yuri thinks to herself. Sorry for disrespecting your interest in Suki. If you're into it, I'm sure a worthy form of literature.
Are you just saying that?
No, realize my error. If you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer my gratitude by finding a manga to read as well.
Really? I mean, makes me happy that you do that for me, Yuri. You trust me to find something that you'll really like, okay?
Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting.
Just you?
Would you like to come along with me?
If you don't mind.
Not at all. I always go alone, so...
Yeah, me too.
This is so cute! Yuri, shut up.
I'll show you some manga there too, okay?
Yes. I look forward to it. Natsuki and Yuri start to clean up the food. I guess the meeting's over, huh? Yeah, looks like it. Nice to see everyone getting along. Isn't it? I think everybody likes you too, Clay. You think so? Well, everyone seems to be getting along a little bit better with you around, Sayori. Oh, Clay. Don't say something like that. It's embarrassing. Well, whatever. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club. Not gonna lie, it's pretty sick to have hours and hours of interactions between Shinobi and Bigsby. How long did it take you to write this, Clay? Shut up. None of this is canon. I think you're pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Now that you joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey Clay, I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything, but the truth is, I already knew you were going. It's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of Monica. That's right. I know everything that she did. Maybe it's because I'm the president now, but I really know everything, Clay. I know how hard you tried to make everyone happy. I know about all the awful things Monica did to make everyone really sad. But none of that matters anymore. It's just us now. Oh god. Sayori! Made the happiest girl in the world. Can't wait to spend every day like this with you. Forever and ever. F-O-R-E-V-E. No. Okay. Eh? What's happening? I won't let you hurt him. Who? It hurts. Ah. Sorry, I was wrong. There's no happiness here after all. Goodbye, Sayori. Goodbye, Clay. Goodbye, Literature Club. Was that Monica? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you, because I worked really, really hard on it. So, yeah.
Thanks, Monica.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just
That's
move your
how your
hands right the way
Pray
into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take
just to find that special play?
What will it take
Find
just to find that
Special day. Good game. Good game, Pog.
Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today?
Oh, okay.
When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway.
I didn't even get to see that one. We didn't even go that route.
When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write
Oh, the bonus side stories are on the... I found where those are. We're gonna do that.
for me to have it all.
We'll do the bonus stuff. Ba-ba-dum, bum-bum, ba-dum, bum-bum, bum-ba-dum. Is that Yuri? Oh, that's going to Yuri's house. I remember that. We did that the first time. Oh, and then
Does
Sayori
my
stuff.
pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is
Sayori
it
picture
love
too.
if I take your is it love if I set you free?
When you say that you love Sayori. Hey, there's Monica.
The ink
Falls
flows
down
down
into a dark puddle.
How can I write love into reality if I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat? What do you call love in your reality?
Extra special thanks to Monica and Clay.
If I don't know how to
Cute.
love you,
I'll leave you be.
I'll leave you be.
This game's so good. This is my final goodbye to the literature club. I finally understand the literature club is truly a place where no happiness can be found. To the very end, it continued to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality, a reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo that same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I want to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, being a friend to all the club members, and most of all, thank you for being a part of my literature club. With everlasting love, Monica. Bonk. Badoop. Hey look, all the poems. Holy shit. All the pictures. Damn, bro. All the backgrounds too. Damn! Like test kit art? A sketch page by David Evelyn to test and compare different uniform styles. The characters featured are arbitrary designs by David for the purpose of testing the uniform. Artwork drawn by Monica and Yuri having a sleepover. Set wallpaper. Say less. Anyway. Side stories, am I right, guys? Boop. Hog. New content. Goth Gamer Gia. Yo, that's a new picture. Side story times, baby. It's never gonna end. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. Let's all have a seat and take attendance, okay? I missed debate club. Who knew it'd be so difficult to start a new club? I feel worse with every day that passes without anyone coming in. I'm really starting to lose confidence. Monika's the only member of the literature club. In the days that have passed, all of her efforts to recruit new members have been fruitless. Am I going about this wrong? Monika glances at one of her flyers. The headline is, "Do you like literature?" Maybe nobody is into literature enough to pick it up over their love interest. I can't just rely on people liking literature. I need to sell them on a vision. A vision? What kind of a vision? Monika rests her head on the desk, deep in thought. Before she realizes it, the recent nights of staying up too late start to catch up to her. So quiet, and the noise of the air conditioning is soothing. Honestly, dude, I love that there's bonus shit. Hello? Hey, it's Sayori. Suddenly a voice causes Monika to snap awake. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I never do this. Is this the napping club? No, this is... Monika pauses, suddenly embarrassed to admit that this is in fact the literature club. This is the literature club. Yo, new song? Yeah. Yay! I thought I got it wrong for a sec. Super sorry. It was like so unprofessional of me to do that. I don't apologize. I do that all the time. Did I miss the club meeting? Where is everybody? Well, about that. This is everybody. Really? Just you? But we're getting more members. I'm working really hard on it. Hold on a sec. If it's just you, that means I can get to be vice president. Wait, vice president? What are your qualifications? Well, I'm better at napping than you. Maybe I should be the president. Now you're just making fun of me. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name? Sayori. Okay, Sayori. I'm trying really, really hard on this club. I know you caught me in a weird time, but it's really disheartening to not be taken seriously. I care so much about this. I just want to find people who do too. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I do care, I promise. I have a hard time being serious, that's all. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. And I was joking about the vice president thing too. I'd make a terrible vice president. I mean, I'm sure that Marco tries to say something reassuring, but it's difficult when she still doesn't know much about Sayori. I'm sorry that this isn't like a real club yet. Still be interested in joining after I found a few more members? Well, no, I want to join now. Really? Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. Besides, I can tell how hard you've been working. You're doing something amazing, you should be proud of it, you know? Let me help you turn something stressful into something fun. If nothing else, I'm good at that, so... Honestly, how could I possibly say no to that? Really sweet of you, Sayori. Oh, I'm Monika, by the way. Monika? That's such a cool name. Oh, now you're just trying to cheer me up. But you're smiling. Well, I didn't say it didn't work. Monika glances at the flyer on her desk and realizes that her name is already written on it. What do we do first? Well, it's getting pretty late, isn't it? We can go home, try to come up with some new ideas to recruit club members. I can do that. Cool. I think I need to put some more thought into my vision for the club. You know, like a mission. My mission is to make everyone happy. Yeah, something like that. Need to think about it. Hey, do you like hugs? I guess so. Yuri suddenly pulls Monika into a friendly hug, and let's go. Some people can just really use a hug sometimes. Besides, Yuri whispers loudly, hug energy is what keeps me at my best. Hug energy? Monika laughs. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monika feels her spirits lifted. Maybe it's just because she finally found another club member, but... Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna think really hard tonight about how to get more people. Yeah, me too. The new music is so good. Maybe just because it's different, but I really think it's super good. A day passes and the time comes for Literature Club, Monika and Sayori to reconvene. As president, Monika ensures that she's the first to arrive in the classroom. But she finds herself waiting longer than expected for Sayori. 10 minutes already. Maybe Sayori changed her mind about joining. No, that can't be. She was so excited yesterday. so excited yesterday, but I'm getting kind of worried. Suddenly Sayori comes bounding through the door. In her hand, she's holding a sheet of paper. Sorry, I'm late. I'm here. It's okay. Welcome back. And Sayori spins over to Monica and buzzes the sheet onto Monica's desk. Oh, what's this? Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. Caution me to watch my steps so I can't look back at my footprints. Climb the stairs ahead of me while I look up to you. The more I look forward, the more I look up, the more I can lend to you. If you can trust me to follow your pace, I'll trust you to set it. If you can trust me to lend you a smile, I'll trust you to return it. Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. Hey, this is really good. You wrote this, Sayori? Of course. Wait, no, that's the wrong side of the paper. Huh? Wasn't ready to share that yet. I'm so embarrassed. Monica flips over the paper. Right on the other side is a list of ideas for recruiting new club members. Oh, this is what you meant to show me. I'm curious now. Do you write poetry often? I do, but I'm not sure. I'm not anywhere near as good at it as you are. Really? I'm actually terrible at writing poetry. I've never written anything I was happy with. Like, I always read it again after a week after I write it, and I'm like, wow, this is so stupid. I don't know. It's like the dramatic version of me doesn't agree with the person I want myself to be, or something like that. Oh. Have more confidence in yourself. You're the literature club president. Guess you're not wrong there. Maybe, like, set a good example or whatever. You know, I could envision the club doing something like that. Doing what? You know, like sharing poems we write and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I'd love that. Such a good way to learn about other people too. It's like we have so many emotions that we can't express to other people usually, but you can when it's in a poem, right? Yeah, I think it's helping me form a more cohesive vision for the club. I'm glad you showed me. Well, even though it was by accident. Me too. I felt embarrassed at first, but now it feels kind of good that someone else read it. I'll try to show you more of them in the future. I love that. Oh geez, I'm getting distracted. Want to go over this recruitment brainstorm together? I brainstormed hard. It was like a brain hurricane. My brain's a natural disaster. Anyway, that's terrible. Anyway, let's take a look at the list. Make cupcakes. I was hungry. It's a good idea, isn't it? Let me think about this. I mean, when would we actually have the chance to give people cupcakes? You know, like when they come into the club. What if we said we had free cupcakes on the flyers? I'm like kind of worried that would bring the wrong kinds of people, you know? Wrong kinds. People just come for cupcakes and then leave? Oh, nobody would do that. That'd be mean. But you know, I want to find people who are really into literature. If they don't know it yet. Let's see, the next thing on the list, hunt for people reading books. I don't think I get it. Like going around the school and finding people who are reading books, you know? Like in the morning or during lunch, we tell them to check out the literature club. Well, the problem with that is like, wouldn't most people reading books just be doing it for an assignment or something? How would we know if they're reading for fun? We could ask them. That would be bothering people who are trying to do schoolwork. I didn't think about that part, I'm sorry. You don't apologize, you're coming up with a lot more things than I can.
Yeah, true.
Oh, your next idea is to hand out flyers rather than just put them on the wall. I guess I'd like to start doing that. I'm useful! I never said you weren't. I just needed to think. What would we tell people when handing them out? I don't want to just be like, join the literature club. Figure out what we can better engage people. What if we told them about the club activities and stuff?
What club activities?
I guess it's supposed to be my job to come up with that, right? A vision for the club. Okay, Sayori, pretend you're a normal person for a second. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You know, like a random passerby is getting a flyer. How would you react to the idea of literature? I'll be like, literature's stupid. I'll join the anime club. What the heck? Sorry, I was thinking of a friend of mine. Hey! Okay, what if I said that we, like, do group reading and discuss it together? I'd probably nap through that. It's you, Sayori. Yeah, but that doesn't really sound fun to most people anyway. You can really catch their interest, you know? Sucks. Why is it so hard? Monica, don't be sad. What do you like about literature, Sayori? Me? Well, kind of what I said about the poem earlier. Gives you a chance to
express yourself. Express yourself in ways that you don't normally do. You're just doing your normal day and talking to your friends. We have so many thoughts and feelings that we just don't get to share, you know? It's like intimate. Yeah. How do we get that across to people? You'd be like, express your true self. Be intimate with us. Okay, that's kind of... I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. What? What is it? I forgot all my things in my classroom. I must have gotten too excited and rushed here. Silly me. Rush, but weren't you... never mind. You want to get your stuff then? I'll forget it if I don't do it now. Well, I'll wait for you then. Okay, it'll only take a second. Harry dashed out of the room, leaving Monica momentarily alone. Monica sighs and starts jotting her thoughts on a sheet of paper. Express yourself, be who you want to be, make new friends, discover a new you, discover your heart, no, write your hearts out, no, right into your heart, right the way into your heart, join the Literature Club, right the way into your heart. Oh, that's lame. Monica! Startled me. Sorry, but it's something important. On the way to the classroom, there was a girl reading a book. Reading a book? Let's hurry and recruit her. Wait, are you sure she's not just doing homework? I could tell she was really into it. Well, I guess we can take a look. Monica grabs one of her flyers and stands up from her desk. They shoot apart the classroom and Sayori leading the way. This way. You don't have to run. Recruiter, quick! Go now! Sayori leads Monica over to a particular classroom that lowers her voice to a whisper. See in here. Monica peers through the window. Sure enough, there's a girl sitting alone, intently reading a book. Look, a creep doing this. You should go inside and talk to her. Me? You're the president. I'd probably scare her away. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Monica takes a deep breath and timidly enters the classroom. That was fast. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Why, what happened? Well, I entered the classroom. She didn't even look up from her book. But kind of just left the flyer on her desk and then walked out. That's kind of cute. But I'm sure she'll see it and want to join the club. I hope so. Can we head back now? We head back to the club room. Sayori feeling rather accomplished, and Monica still feeling a bit embarrassed by the encounter. But Yuri's gonna walk in a minute. Upon returning, Monica and Sayori resume their strategy meeting. They discuss various different kinds of recruitment tactics, from professional to silly. After going through Sayori's list and with Monica coming up with ideas of her own, the two end in a better spot than from where they began. Well, I would say today was pretty productive, wasn't it? Yeah, I think we started to make progress. Can't wait to get some new members. Hey, what's this? Sayori peers at the sheet of paper Monica was jotting on earlier. Oh, don't mind that. I was just thinking to myself. Join the Literature Club, write the way into your heart? That's so cute! That was a little overdramatic, but... Sayori pauses and thinks for a moment. You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I can tell from talking to you today. It seems like you're always afraid of doing something wrong. Yeah, but would you call yourself a perfectionist? Yeah, I definitely am. I mean, I always have an idea in my head of how I want things to go. And it's like, I can't accept anything less than that. But I think in the end, it helps me try my hardest at everything, so I don't think it's that bad. Like with this club, we have such an opportunity to make it exactly how we envision it. Feels like we only have one shot at it. I'm just really afraid of it deviating from that, the vision. What's the vision? It's... Monica pauses to think, then shakes her head to herself. She sighs. I don't know. I just want everyone to... Monica trails off. Smiling, Sayori taps her finger against the sheet of paper. Write the way into your heart. I think what you're trying to do is make the club that you need the most out of anyone. But you're the one who knows yourself best, of course. But I'm here to help you. Monica returns Sayori's smile. It's sort of amazing how kind you are. We're really gonna make this the best club ever. Sayori nods, and the two remain silent for a moment, lost in thought. The only sound is the steady whisper of the air conditioner. The only movement is the afternoon sunlight trickling in and out of the moving clouds. Sayori breaks the moment with a big yawn. Time to go home? You tell me, you're the president. In that case, today's meeting is officially over. Look forward to tomorrow. Me too. Sayori beams and grabs her tightly. You can go ahead. I need a few minutes still. Oh, I can wait. That's alright. Want some alone time. In that case, Claire waves enthusiastically at Monica. Good luck! Monica smiles and waves her return as Sayori spins her way out of the classroom. New song again? All alone. She sighs to herself and takes a minute to zone out. She wasn't prepared for the self-reflection encouraged by Sayori, but decided it was something she probably needed right about now. Club that I need the most? I don't get it. I wanted to start a club with more passion. I could use to help lead people. Literature is the key to that. Window to the real person inside of us. The person who's forced to be. Maka suddenly notices a folder on the floor by her. Behind? Have her homework. Afraid Monica opens the folder to check. Poems? Folder of poems. Come the flower. Feeling of joy is a flower plucked from the ground. The color, the scent, it's so pretty in my hair. Every day I pluck some flowers as though they grew just for me. A lifetime of peace and nourishment inked away in an instant, all for me. All for joy. I need joy, I need more happy. Pluck, pluck, pluck every day. Pluck, 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 so pretty in my hair. Pluck, 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 you're going to die and you. Beneath my feet a flower stands alone. It beckons to me, I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots. Caressing the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends? I look in every direction and the field I stand in. Prosperous field, it's a barren wasteland. The fruits of my labor, the carnage of my joy. This is why I've decided I must become the flower. What the? Wait. Yori? Oh, gotcha. Was that the whole side story? Yep. Bonk. Part 2. So, she found one of Sayori's poems that she wrote about wanting to die. I see. Another day passes in a flash. It's already time for the next club meeting. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club tasks, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. So stupid. Why did I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori's going through these kinds of feelings and letting her comfort me instead of the other way around? What kind of club president does that? The whole time, I didn't ask about her own feelings. Sayori enters the club room with her usual smile. Upon seeing the downcast Monica, her smile quickly fades into an expression of confusion. Monica? Everything okay? I'm really sorry, terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. It's all about myself. I said so yesterday. You told me that I'm trying to make the club right, but problems are so compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. As she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. Hold her here. She stares blankly ahead, unable to come. I wasn't ready to share. Now you're worrying about me. I don't want that. But why? Friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other. I want to be here for you as much as you're. Another long moment passes in silence. The air is incredibly heavy. Different. It wasn't just about you yet. About the club. Besides. Things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. Like happy. This. Being selfish. Monica dodges her creation of such a paradox. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things. But as unfair as it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore. Sorry I looked. Affected your privacy. No, I don't blame you. Would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Monica takes a deep. Okay, I understand that you don't want me to worry. I think I'll be able to put this aside so that we can. Promise me something? Promise you what? Pauses to collect.
literature club. A place where people can express themselves in the way. That's the big act. Right the way. I just want you to promise me. Heard that too. Not to be right now, but I want to be here. Be ourselves like Miles Jen. I'll promise if you able to help it, Monica Richard. I promise. As the conversation closes, the that behind that it's time to proceed with the club activity. So, want to teach me about poetry? Huh? What about recruitment? Fine, we have plenty of time for that. Now I feel like I want to do. I mean, you have to fulfill a promise, you know. There's no way I could say no to that. Just don't expect much. I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. That's fine. I think I just need like some motivation. I never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You kind of just need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that wouldn't come out any good. Not supposed to. You're gonna have to fight your perfectionist mind on this one. You just start by writing your feelings and see what kind of things it makes you think of. Then you can turn your feelings into a little story. Get your feelings out first and then make it sound pretty later. It's like, not like building a railroad, go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage where you find all the things you want to put in and then you arrange them in a pretty way. At least that's how I do it. Not like it's the only way. A really good way to not get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah, I always get so caught up in how it sounds that I forget about what's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper to start writing on. Stop being a perfectionist, idiot. I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out, you idiot, after she writes it down. No, keep it. Wait, what? Why? You're calling me an idiot? Of course not, but the point is that you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. I was just... Well, yeah. Underneath the scribble, Monica rewrites, you idiot, who stares at the paper. Yeah, that's sad. Her words stare back at her. Kind of funny how I wrote down that I'm mad at myself for... And then I did the exact thing anyway. Yeah. This is really gonna take some getting used to. I believe in you. Thanks. I do too. Me, I mean. But also you, of course. Monica continues the exercise, jotting down her thoughts. It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write without overthinking it. Whew. Monica looks up and down at her sheet. Gosh, she feels so tense looking at this. I hate it. But it's also kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you're trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Don't give me too much credit. I'd have to try really, really hard at it. But I think it's something that I'll enjoy doing. With you. Very beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try to work on a new flyer for the club. I won't be too picky about the language. Yay, let's do it. Monica and Sari proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. Finally, they begin to truly feel it's only a matter of time before they find more members. Another day passes. As usual, Monica's the first one to the club room. With her is a printout of the revised Literature Club flyer, complete with all the new ideas Monica and Sari came up with. If only this was the flyer we gave to that one girl the other day. So much more attractive than the... But new catchphrase is featured clearly in the center of the flyer. Right the way into your heart. But
The message being delivered is that writing to themselves. Hopefully Monica thought enough to garner some curiosity from. Why do I feel so tense? It thinks back to the previous meeting. Writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? Am I supposed to be president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to do? Literature club is truly that, the weight on Monica's shoulder. Debate club was always about structure, airtight points and counterpoints, delivering them with about the person on the outside. That's why Monica was good at it, entirely within her realm. It's suffocating. I'll learn to express myself and read. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. Presses the tip of the pen firmly against the paper while her hand doesn't move. Then a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. As she does, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining Monica's canvas. Ugh. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down once again, letting the ink collect. Creates a second smear on the paper. Come on, Monica, just move your hand. Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection, a stain. I never beat Origami King. I never beat that game. I played like half of it on stream and then I just never went back to it. Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here. Hi. Monica hears Sayori approach her desk and stops for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. Then she sits down on the adjacent desk. Bad day? Mm-hmm. Me too. You too. The new flyer looks so good. We've been working so hard on the club, but also something else, I think. I can't do it. I'm sorry. So hard to just be vulnerable. Ray takes the sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down and stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You trust me with anything. Sari gazes at Monica with her sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the paper from Sari's desk and reads. Sometimes I want to die. Sayori. Really hard for me. Her voice shakes. So if I can do it, then you can too. Because you're like a million times better than me. Completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because of the promise yesterday. I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. This is the literature club. I trust you more than I'm scared. Those words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. For Monica's own futile but genuine efforts, actually the push that Sayori needed. Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over there. Prepares herself to continue. Monica waits in gentle silence. I have this problem where I get really upset when people worry too much about me. Can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me? You can just be happy instead. But I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts that I have. It's so much easier to just smile and help everybody happy. But that's terrible.
That's what Monica wants to say, but she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing. It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. Like, whenever I'm not smiling, everyone will worry about me and ask, Mom. I know that because it used to be like that. Very positive, seeming to recall something in the past. I just want everyone to be happy. That's the most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone. Very pauses again, her solemn expression making her look almost like an entirely different person. How'd you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried that I'll be... I'm worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. Another part of me, I think, felt like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club was supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was right for me to do so. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself, too. It just made me feel like I could say it in confidence in our friendship. It's so silly, the club is... but it really touched to me. Monica feels a tightening sensation in her heart. Feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them. Me too. I was so lost until you put up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave. I don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, I can at least offer you some hug energy, if you'd like. Aww. Wordlessly and without a smile, Sayori rests her forehead on Monica's shoulder. Through their contact, Monica can almost feel the torrent of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. Aww, it's so sad. In this moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monica realizes that all the days that have passed, this is the one where she really, really hopes that nobody new walks through the door. She speaks softly. You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. Say anything, I'll never judge you. I promise. Sayori's breath begins to quiver. She takes several deep breaths, trying as hard as she can to not start speaking. To say the things she never once dared to say out loud. Finally, she speaks in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless and everyone would be better off without me. She presses a sob as a tear falls down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything, it just feels like everyone just has to put up with me and I hate it, I hate it. The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice, falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. I don't want to have these thoughts. I want them to go away, and now I'm making you up. You put up with me. I want to die. When Sayori loses her composure, Monica becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now. She won't let any sadness show. Her voice comes through as soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. It's just being your friend. Monica offers a few words of comfort. But she knows Sayori said it herself, of the thoughts Sayori experiences, ones that don't belong. Monica can't magically make them go away. What she can do is help Sayori battle them. Any good friend would do. You have so much value. Me, your other friends too. This club wouldn't have been the same without you. I really, really mean that. You're coming here with the best thing that I've ever had. Even if we never got any other memories, I'd still be happy. That's what you brought here. You brought us a vision. You also brought happiness. It's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monica feels her gently nod. Some more words are needed between them. Two share their embrace for a while longer, Monica letting Sayori take as much time as she needs. Yeah, I'm real fucking sad right now. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. Yeah, guess I needed that. Days are harder than others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure that things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Thanks. You're the best. Who you are. The two exchange smiles.
You know, I'm sorry to bring this up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Very nuts. It's scary. It's already so hard to tell people. Yeah. Well, of course it will always be your choice, but if you're looking to find the courage for it, I can do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Barry suddenly yawns and stretches. Oh, that made me tired and hungry. Well, I won't make you do any work today if you're not up for it. No, I want to. I mean, I could say that it's definitely one of the things that makes me happy. Monica smiles. I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door creak causes the two of them to turn their heads. The door opens halfway then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. What? What? What do you mean? You can't just end there? It's Yuri. It's gotta be Yuri, right? Oh. Another Monica wallpaper too. What else did we get? More poems, more poems. The hug scene, that's fucking adorable. There. Music too. Your Reality is the best song. Anyway. Bung Your Know, Peachy Pie, Dusk. Hug Energy. Yeah. Side stories are stories of friendship that are unrelated to the events of the main game. To get all 6 side stories, try writing poems for different characters and viewing their special scenes in DLC. Yeah. Get all 6 side stories. Wait, I only have 3 of them. Nani the fuck? There's more. There's more that I don't have. We have to play the game again. Holy shit. I didn't even think about that. There's 6 of them with 2 parts. Ugh. The club meeting is suddenly interrupted by the sounds of the door, causing... Wait. Interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Siri to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. Oh, wait, this is continued. Okay. It's Yuri! Yuri's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. Yo! This Yuri music is tight! Yo! Hold up! Wait a minute. It slaps even more as soon as there's the key change. The man on the violin just vibing? True. Yeah, it's great. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica. It's her, it's the girl. It's true, the girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in the classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she's found her way to the club. You're here for the literature club by any chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps in the door, but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail containing her excitement. It's happening, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica and this is Sayori. We run the literature club. Even though it's just us so far, but... What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you sure? I mean, I should be good enough. Everyone's welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Wanna have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. You're so awkward. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk and gently sitting down. What's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori, and this is Monica. Sayori, I already... Nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like books?
Yuri looks at Monica.
Fantasy's cool. Yes. Have you heard of Annabelle Dupont? I can't say I have. Oh, well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book, and it's just...
Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheeks in joy.
You can borrow my books, I wouldn't mind. Really in for an incredible experience.
Monica stammers, caught completely off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. He glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for help.
I'd love to. Sounds like you're really into them, so they must be good. I'm so happy I found this club. I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them.
Yuri quickly stands up.
I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you.
You probably only need to bring one for now. Yuri nervously says that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on the desk.
True. Okay, I'll go get the first one then.
Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have like no experience with fantasy except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid. That's probably like a joke compared to what she's into. I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have different people who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? We have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty, I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point things out like that, Sayori. I just like what makes people happy or sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You might be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable here. Maybe you could take a break from helping me with the administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Yay, that's exactly what I want to do. Besides, Yuri lowers her voice, I'm probably gonna need all the time I can get. She taps her finger against the dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterwards, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back! Her breath is slightly heavy, which combined with her short time gone indicates she may have ran at least part of the way. She makes her way back over to Sayori and sets the book down on the desk. This is Sayori feared. The book Yuri brought for her is just about equal in size to the one already on Yuri's desk. Well, there are probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There are some things that are more explained in other books that take place in the same universe, but going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. Very nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think like, if we're gonna be reading together, then I'd like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods to Sayori while Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Yuri sits down and looks at the book, then glances around the room, showing no indication that she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide you want to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault, since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because she... Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens. She shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid, I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid that Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was. I decided that was probably irrational. Wait. No, that was totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I just like walked out. I was actually really hoping you'd come by. Yuri exhales in relief. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come here for some other reasons too. It's just there being too many people. Not that I mind that much, but I have a really hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So it's actually amazing that just the two of you. You definitely came at the right time. Oh, that makes me happy. I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I've never had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. It's so hard to find others who are into the same things I am, except online. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that.
What kinds of other things are you into? Like genres? I don't know, anything. Just even if it's not literature. Oh, just things you think are dumb. Yuri pauses with a look of concern on her face. How about I'll tell you something I'm into, and then you can tell me about something you're into. I suppose that'd be okay. Okay. Well, pretty into like crafty things. Like I like making cute little collages or decorating things like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. Then I put it off to the last minute. But yeah, that's something kind of silly that I'm into. I'm quite creative. Not that much, it's just that you'd be surprised by how much you can do with scissors and glue and stuff. So, I have to share something that I'm into now, right? Barry nods. Well, I guess I'm into nature. Love nature. Monica, I'm gonna start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck with me now. I am not. Oh yeah? I hereby appoint you as vice president of the literature club. There, now you're stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities. Oh. Sorry, Yuri. I interrupted you. Go ahead. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off. I like going out into the woods or to the park, just places where you can walk or sit and not have any people around. Peaceful. Nice to kind of remove yourself from everything that matters. Let my racing mind operate autonomously for a while. How do you like to do that? Depends on my mood. After school and the weekends, whenever I feel like it. Wow. I think I would never have the time to do something like that. I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do. If you don't let it slip through your fingers. The three continued their conversation led primarily by Sayori, with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it difficult to not join in. I love how they got along so well. Me too. It's so sad. Before they knew it, the end of the day was on them once more. Oh. Looks like we should be wrapping up for today. Suddenly a dude shows up and the horny mode kicks in and Monica fucks everything up. I know.
Horny jail.
So, are you two going to be starting on that book the next club meeting? That's the plan. I'm so excited. Sayori beams, Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye. As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the clubroom. Sayori, you're a lifesaver. I didn't do anything, I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted my mood. It feels really nice when I can put my energy toward other people like that. I'm really excited to be included, you know? It made me happy. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here, with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting? Kinda scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best. I think you'll do great. After the surprise of a new club member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to. Another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the clubroom, expecting to be the last one to arrive. She opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the clubroom. Club time again! Monica went to the computer lab, so just us today, is that okay? Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. I'm sorry about yesterday. Huh? Yuri tilts her head, unsure of exactly what Yuri is talking about. Well, I mean the way I got overly excited to share my books and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited and forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so... Haha, Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how excited you were. Well, still, I think I changed my mind about the book. We don't have to read it. Huh? Why? Because... now that you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But... you like it so much that it must be worth sharing. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Well, the thing is, we don't even have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have just been working on recruitment stuff mostly. So it just sounded like something fun that we could do together, reading your books. You know, like, as a club activity? That'd be okay, right? Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? Exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here. Sayori pulls her desk up against Yuri's next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Dusk Bell, Part 1 of the Everlast Saga. Ha, it's Dusk Bell by Annabelle. Sorry, I'm ready now. Oh, right. I should probably get some paper. Twilight? Yeah, probably. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come we need paper? Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just taking notes. Notes? Yeah, that's an effective strategy. Exactly. I'm sure it'll be especially helpful for someone new to the genre. Yuri's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. Thinking about it, she decides that it's probably for the best that I did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try to help make it as accessible as possible. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience with. Contrarily, I'm awful at anything involving real people. That should be evident through the 2 days I've spent here so far. But my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart. Especially you. No! Sayori rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay. After the minor diversion between them, the two get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. The more of it she details the races, the factions, the history, the elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectations, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way such that it's fun to follow along. I want to read these books now. It sounds like a D&D style book, which would be great. Yuri, let me read your book with you. Booba. It becomes evident that the world building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is one that Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. How do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing that I do. What kind of writing? Oh, I like poetry and stuff like that. Things I write are just like putting down the feelings that come into my head, you know? But it's like, there must be so much planning and hard work. Ah, you're into poetry? I think it's an appendix that includes some of that Kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. No way! Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she's heard Yuri laugh. It means Yuri must be having fun. Anyway, I think we can probably get started reading now, if you're ready. Okay. I can't read very fast. Well, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in. I see. Sayori jots Yuri is patient into her notes. Hey, that's for the book. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm glad you're patient because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Yuri flips through the first pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay, chapter 1. The room becomes silent, two of them begin to read. The silence only lasts a few moments before Sayori speaks up again. What does vindicated mean? Ah, well, in this context, it essentially means that he's proven innocent. It's okay to ask questions, right? Of course. Sayori turns the page. Are these footnotes? A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. Until now, their expressions have been reversed. While Sayori easily navigated social situations and Yuri struggled in them. But the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present? Where? Right there. They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are just describing a flashback that Barnes is having. But they didn't tell me that. It's implied from the context. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions.
She begins to understand the value in the notes as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often and even adding to them. But her reduction in questions comes not from getting used to the reading, but rather from her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. Aww. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now. Okay. Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little of the book she's gotten through so far. So, what are your thoughts up to this point? Sayori tries to find the words. Am I doing well so far? I'm not sure I understand. Well, I don't know. When it takes me so long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. But I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going and to keep doing my best so I can see it the way you do. The relaxation in Yuri's expression fades. I see. Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Yuri pauses and shakes her head. We do something else tomorrow. But I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore, that's all. Sorry that I made you. Yuri leaves. You weren't making me. Yuri is left alone with her words. How'd this happen? We were having fun just a second ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. Oh god. I should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. The only thing I'm good at, and I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowning in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. She wasn't coming back. We left the book here, right? Unless she just forgot to take it with her. Oh, this is horrible. Really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough. I probably let her down so much by having trouble following along. Yeah, I'm sure if I was smarter, she would have been having so much more fun. I need to do better for her. Bonk. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at a desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy, but my best wasn't good enough. It was still my best. I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sayori continues to wrestle with her self-depreciating thoughts. Every time tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass and nobody enters the club room. Not Yuri or Monica. Gosh, I'm so late. Why'd I offer to help those other students with their work? Push over sometimes. I leave such a bad impression on new club members like Yuri if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner approaching the club room. As she does so, Yuri? Ugh. Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room against the wall next to the door. Embarrassed, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up. Oh gosh, I'm sorry I'm late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the club room is open. It's not... Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the club room through the window, then looks away. Actually, I was wondering if I could help you today instead. Huh? Me? The club publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden? She was so eager to spend time with Sayori before. Did they not get along after all? Monica looks into the club room herself to see Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay. Kind of a simple job, but I'd be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica's worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict they may have arisen. A little ironic, she realizes that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in the debate club. Okay, let's take a walk together. I have to make copies of this new flyer, then go around the billboards and replace the old ones with the new ones. Yuri nods and the two set off. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it?
Sorry, I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sayori told me. What did you two end up doing yesterday? Just some readings. I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. Kinda funny, I feel so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But, you know, it's kinda stupid of me because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. It's silly to assume that everyone who comes to the club will just have the same interests as me. But it's so cool that you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working, and I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it, and I'm stupid for forcing her into it onto her. Yuri falls silent again, as if she's startled her thought, but can't figure out how to continue it. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No, it's just me. It just... Huh? I'm thinking... A moment passes in silence and Yuri shakes her head. I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I don't think you're complaining. I want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club, it's just an issue with me. So I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it. Ah, Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the club members, right? We're gonna have all kinds of people joining this club, hopefully anyway. Learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with. That's it, that everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people? Of course. I need to be looking out for everyone. Otherwise, what kind of club would it be? I see. Ray looks a little more relaxed. It signals to Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own. Okay. Ray takes a deep breath. I'm a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make conversation about any arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things I'm into, unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anyone else, I just have no idea what to say. I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored or made fun of or taken pity on. Sayori falls into that third category. What? Hold on, you're saying Sayori's taking pity on you? Sayori nods. I just want to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. So stupid for not realizing that she would go along with whatever I pushed onto her. Nobody deserves to be put through something that put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. The worst feeling, I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stopped short in the hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down. I think you should tell her that. I could never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Yuri's different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. So that's all she's trying to do. If you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to the other person's weird need? I'm sorry, I'm making myself sound so... No, I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought out loud. Something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri has difficulty accepting kindness, must be driving Sayori to be even more assertive kindness, further exaggerating. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding they're better. Sayori wants to be your friend, I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too, but good friends work together and can be... You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My head is just so resistant to everything. I'm pushing some kind person away from me. Yuri pauses. So tired of this cycle I'm creating for myself. I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting thing. But I understand now that I just need to communicate with her. You're totally fine. For the club, remember? You're just helping make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This is kind of critical thinking is something that I'm really bad at. You know, about people. Oh, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Baka. Yuri and Monica finish replacing the old flyers with the new ones. More accurately, Monica mostly did the work while Yuri followed along. But as the clubroom once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never gonna feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts toward the door, but then turns to face Monica. You're not gonna wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. Want me to get you a coffee or something? Actually, I prefer tea. I like to make my own though, so please don't worry about it. Although, I suppose that's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while reading. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with us. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get permission to keep stuff for tea in our classroom. We use like an electric kettle to heat up water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it'd be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lies before. But it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the clubroom door. Yuri? Wait, hold on. I'm not done yet. Yuri shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Yuri has been spending her afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look, Yuri holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. As Yuri sees it, her expression shifts from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying really hard. Stop. Yuri presses her fist against her. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Yuri's voice quivers in shock after she gave the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. Yuri looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. So if I did something wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No, it's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please just tell me. I need to be treated just because I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. I thought that if we did something together that you really like, I don't want your pity. Why'd I do that? Oh. Yuri sinks to her knees. Voice. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard just to articulate your thoughts? Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusation as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. She should just leave. Just escape from here before Monica sees her like this, before Sayori tells Monica what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength in her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrap around her from behind. Aww, we should hug. This is so sad, dude. Why is everything gotta be sad? It's okay, Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. Ugh. It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily, clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from what you're trying to say. I promise I understand that. But I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me how you're feeling, and we'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. Gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts and speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it out of pity. So horrible with people. Makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. Thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Because my interests are the only things I know how to talk about. All I have going for me, but then whenever I catch myself getting obsessive in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person, but how am I supposed to expect that when I can't behave like one? I just want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things. That's all. Ray finishes her thought, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall from her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little bit better. You know, you were so great at helping me. I'll help you with the things that you need too. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with the patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. I couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid you'd get frustrated with me. But I'd never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning I have a lot of patience. Yeah, I know. But my irrational fear is just quiet sometimes. I'm sure it's the same for you, right? Yeah. Rational fears. Well, you know, there's no way that you could frustrate me because I already like you as the person that you are. I know you said you have a hard time believing it, but I promise it's true. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, you know? Caring so much about people's... We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. Yeah, it's a sad game. Supposed to be a scary game, not a sad game, bro. God damn, man. But it's the best part that we're different. Have different interests. Think about the book. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. What I really want. Bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we try them first, right? Feelings are. What the reasons that you love it so much. I want to learn the reasons. And if not for me, say that, but I'm glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Decided during the side story development that they are going to mass homicide and not an actual, but a mental one. Plus, you're like super duper smart. I want that to rub off on me. Yeah. Ray fights back a smile at the comment. Already the heavy atmosphere is evaporated. Look at it. They're so happy. Look at she's smiling. So cute. They've evaporated to the caress of Sayori's arms. It's not hentai, it's actually really sad right now, so shut up. Your hair is so pretty. I always wanted long hair, but awful at taking care of it. Put it all off. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once she feels okay just listening. Worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort,
lets her rest. Must be so difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then it's something that she deserves to experience. So sad, bruh. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind if we were to continue reading. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended. Of course. Yuri acted like a professor. Based on my understandings and evidence, we can read. I'm not gonna judge anything this early on, though. So, we'll just see what happens. Oh, and, it's not good to touch people without their consent first. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back! Monica's back! That's such a funny conversation. It's not good to touch people without their consent. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. No, it's okay, I liked it. I'm back! I haven't seen you, like, at all recently. Harry trots over to Monica. Whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monica. Oh yeah. Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. Hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster. Yuri laughs. Monica perplexedly looks between the two of them, then smiles. Well, glad you've been enjoying your reading so far. We our first real activity at the Literature Club. They are all 18 FBI again. You came here 5 hours ago, okay? Same response. Shut up, FBI man. We're sad right now. We down bad in here, okay? About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it'd be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you. Learn about the things that you like. Yeah. Like poetry? Yuri smiles. Was that understanding too? I don't remember. First time Sayori is about to enter the... Society courses through her relentlessly. They show up today. Oh. Okay. Here now. Yes, the wallpaper's boop. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond with the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the club door opening. In walks a girl none of them have seen before.
Hey.
Sayori tugs excitedly at Monica's sleeve. The fucking Netsuki music, dude. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. You here for the literature club?
Yeah.
Hey, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. Kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. I'm gonna sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori and protests for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone and sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay then, how about we all introduce ourselves?
Okay.
Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing. Or reading. Whatever other kind of literature.
You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe.
Have what vibe?
Oh, you know, like... Never mind.
I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that.
Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard.
No, you don't, Sayori.
Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry.
Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you.
I'm an adult. Sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Yuri lowers her voice. Kinda shy, but she's really nice and super smart. Likes big fantasy books and I love her.
Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. My favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry.
Ooh, let's get ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably
Cookie dough? Maybe chocolate.
it's cookie dough.
And Monica is probably vanilla.
What the heck?
I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate.
What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs.
Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri.
Bill. Pretty chill. Oh,
It's pretty chill here. Just like hang out, or do you actually do club stuff?
well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet since we only have the 3 members. We're just kind of loosely spending our time doing the stuff we like. I keep thinking it's about time we start with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. That being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into?
Well, I guess I'm into literature. Well, I like manga.
Manga?
Hey, why'd you say it like that?
I want to read manga in the club.
Wait, hold on a second.
Wait, hold on a second. That's so great. Like, after all, I've been doing all this. Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which he sets down on an empty desk. After all the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple.
Manga isn't simple. You think that, you just don't understand the nuance.
No, I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in?
Well, not really.
Okay, so you consider the anime club?
Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, is that a big deal? Manga's literature, right?
I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically.
I get it. Look, do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. I can just like keep my manga here and hang out after school. I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. That's right. That's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay?
Yuki stands up.
No? Nah, I got it. I want you to see my locker.
You say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine.
I hope we never find that out then.
Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Oh, I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? That's normally fine, but she said she participated in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea's gonna get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance, especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Sure you don't want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. It was me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No, you're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. I really am going to start enforcing club activity. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the 3 of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Yuri stands up and walks for the door, then opens it.
Yeah, thank you.
Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite the collection. Sayori giggles in excitement while catching her breath. Yuki replies,
There's still one more box. I could put them away myself. I know how to organize them.
Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally gonna start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monika's the first to arrive. Ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone. So why does it feel like atmosphere has changed so much? Abuse territory? Yeah, probably. 'Cause that's Natsuki's thing, right? Her dad abuses her or whatever. Yeah. When Monika thinks, the club door opens. Natsuki carrying a box. Monika forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help?
No, I got it.
Monika awkwardly tries to start some sort of conversation but fails. Curious, she peeks in the closet where Natsuki's stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we can keep it up there.
I can't reach up there. That'd be so inconvenient.
Yeah, but Monika sighs. The teachers are gonna ask what all this manga's doing in here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club.
No?
Monika backs off and slips into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is sucked right out of the room. Yeah, strict. Good afternoon. Barry spins into the classroom.
Oh, I see someone's in a good mood.
Yeah, I have this. Sarah brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic.
Found some money and got a cookie.
That's the spirit. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with?
Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie.
No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money.
You want entry to my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant.
Boo. Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monika glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay. I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see what ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now. It would be great if we could find some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, I have ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I'm having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can have give each person a day to have their favorite kind of literature with everyone else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that Monika glances at Yuri and Natsuki. Both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like, we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with.
Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here?
Natsuki, didn't you say that you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preference. I'd say Ori's suggestion.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monika's voice trails off. Although she lets Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but Natsuki cuts Monika off by suddenly standing up.
Well, it's obvious I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it.
Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monika a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oof. Oh no! Sayori runs after her, leaving just Monika and Yuri. For the second time today, Monika slumps down into a desk. Am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. Just making me feel this way. But Yuri is seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. I just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so I have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri?
I'm not good at these things. Monka size. Me neither. I have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should just join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. Maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all? Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tense. Yuri looks tense. And sorry, back to read. It does. It does how? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere with disturbed. Oh, great. I'm just reading the whole club then. Not an accurate conclusion to make. No, I'm sorry. Kind of voicing my frustrations and I guess guilt. Like my frustrations want to blame her, but my guilt want to blame. Oh, why is it the hardest to be rational during the times you need it most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. As ridiculous as manga has no place here, the fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like ridiculous and it has no place here? I don't feel the same way. Doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. But I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, calling her confrontations maybe right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Yeah, I've just been confused with it manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself. Bye, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the color themselves. Just, this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There wouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Austin thought reaches into one of the larger box sets and volume, inspecting it for no reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute while dressed in. Yeah, I mean, the absurd cover. Tell me she reads it. I want her to read it. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? Be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. Not like she could find any members. Monica's usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. But what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. I feel like it's gonna change her opinion of me. And even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club. But you don't have to do that. Figure this out, please. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and be happy, so I want to make that happen for you. I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well, Suki hesitates. It's kinda dumb. I don't say that. There's no such thing as dumb reason. Everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Suki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care about what anybody else thinks, but you know, the signs for the literature club said that you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot, but that was a lie apparently. Suki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because you're just being so judgmental that I just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everybody else and try to push me away from the manga, give her the more mature thing. The two of them remained silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the clubroom for today at least. And Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. Part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm gonna do everything I can to fix this, I promise. Lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica. Always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business to do. Featuring Natsuki would avoid coming to the club. Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so they make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. Oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize. They're all energetically chatting together. It'd be really tactless to just interrupt them. Oh yeah, did you end up joining the literature club or what? Huh? Of course I joined, why wouldn't I? I told you she'd join. Come on. I think she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club? I told you, I never wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're really proud of you. Shut up. Just let me do my thing. Just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What are you gonna buy for smutty fan fiction? Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. It was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? I told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about. Yeah, sure. You grew up so fast, brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? Horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything, I'm probably better than them. The way I treated her. Ugh, so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monika picks a desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go like exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself unless it's a way that I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. Like, a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay. Guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah, Natsuki was kind of fun attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her, telling her to grow up and stuff like that. The club would help her grow up out of her manga. It made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? When I had that thought, I was like, came over the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't because I just let Sayori handle it instead. Now I'm repeating the same mistakes, except I really hurt someone this time. Monika shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. So stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion as a little. So angry that her friends were treating her like that, I'm gonna get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah, I'll get them back by making sure this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts in the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, marches over to Monika's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm vice president. It's about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up, I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? So dismissive of her passion, she felt threatened and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay, I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. That way we're on the same page. Friendship wins again! So how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monko's afraid of that. Not because of her plan, but just because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. Ugh. But that's enough. That's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them, is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay. Think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. You don't have to worry about anything. Thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's gonna be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm gonna step out for a bit, is that okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Yuri picks up a manga that was resting on a adjacent desk. Oh, that, Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. I thought she hasn't been coming back to the club. Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else using the classroom then, okay? Monika smiles at them both. Then with a wave, she exits the club room. Monika read the manga. Really shouldn't have left that out. If Yuri catches on, she'll definitely tell him. That would be awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from this meeting. Time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. You think Sayori is gonna be able to bring Natsuki? Yeah. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. No, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits and stands up to pace around and sits. Sayori's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door opens finally. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back. Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and Natsuki sits closely next. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with their own struggles, their own reasons for the vision that Monika admittedly so vaguely advertised, seeking trust. Respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the club? Realizing she was getting ahead of herself, Monika takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monika turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on. This is kind of forced. I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monika shakes her head. Doki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough, not this time. I'm sorry. Wrong of me to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you?
Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to.
Wait, that's not true. Monika planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. My vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think you deserve to share that joy. Everyone else does. Is that okay? Doki looks away and hesitates.
But really dumb stuff I'm into.
Monika smiles. Kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, right into her eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either.
What the heck? You guys are so weird.
Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Suki stands up.
Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. Kind of a pro. I didn't want you to like me just for that.
Wow, really? I really didn't have you all wrong. I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki.
Yeah, whatever. Today's not that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready.
Cute. Weeks passed since Natsuki returned to the literature club. And she sobbing the fuck out of her souls, mainly me and memes. I'm sad too. I'm just not gonna cry on stream about it. I would be fucked up later. What up, Dixon? Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. What have I missed? The entirety of the game and 5 bonus scenes? And the majority of the 6th one? As the other meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or something?
Me? Not particularly. Why?
Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes.
Sure, what is it?
It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room?
Music room? Why?
Well, you see, you'll see. You know, I was thinking back, when the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. It said something strange to me. It said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself more than anything. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that, because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit.
Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, brought a bunch of manga and I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It's really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it.
No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would never realize that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected.
It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, I really shouldn't care about the way that other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush it off. It makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. I'm being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself. I don't think I am. It's weird that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am.
Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her. How naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. So honest with yourself. I'm always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's a hint of contention, I just crumble. It's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. It really inspired me to start working on it.
But I feel like I said I didn't even do anything.
You're just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga.
What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me?
I'm sorry, I just felt kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it.
I can't believe you of all people were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny.
Well, yeah, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? Reading Parfait Girl?
You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste.
Just one volume, and I kind of just picked it out randomly.
Well, you have good intuition, then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts.
Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate, because the character isn't just in a literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. It was the perfect person that I always wish I was. I just did what I wanted instead of always second-guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. Oh, it's cute! Look at that! I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that will impress people or make them more like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing.
Hey, I think the credit for that goes to the Parfait girls, not me.
No. Well, maybe it's true that the Parfait girls put the thought into my head, but it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day.
Every day?
Because you know, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. And I still haven't been practicing very long. I'm really not that good yet, like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club. I worked really hard. I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. This is so sad. Oh my god. True end. I know, right? There's no death. The bonus scenes were way better than the normal story because the normal story was sad as fuck. This is like happy sad and not just like sad sad. Bum ba bum bum ba bum. Ba 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 ba. Sayori's fucking face. The Natsuki hair flip is where it's at. When she channels her inner Lil Shinobi. Funny. Yeah. Makes me wish there were a lot more story-based games coming out. I think I need a hug. This is so sad. Where you meet a bunch of people. Yeah. That's all.
That was so good.
It was?
Yeah, are you kidding? You're like already a pro.
Not even close.
That song have a name? Said it was about the club, so
Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because it brings something so unique to the club, completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. I was like a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me, it should be about everyone. It's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. I would never change that.
well, I think that's really thoughtful. Kind of flattering. Kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. Makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I just really fed up with a lot of things and I just got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah, I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was really being immature. You get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right.
Bixby's either currently bleeding out due to multiple stab wounds or currently in the club room reading something. Oof. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing.
Well, I wonder who I got it from.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Well, anyway,
We're even as long as
you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now.
you got me. That closet's all yours.
I'll tell you what, I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return.
What kind of little something?
Oh, you'll see. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Yo, cupcakes. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Is that it? Oh no, that's it! I'm out of game to play!
I'm on leave the rest of the week. Contact Ravi if you need to schedule server time, but I expect my jobs to run for a few days. Since we've collected so much data this week, how about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Damn, bruh. So many fucking pictures and shit. Sheesh. Damn, okay. There's more to find. So much music now. I saw your note. Oh, yeah. Here's your reality. Hold on. This is what we really want to hear. I think we're all out of stuff to play, chat.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle.
I want to look up if this is all of the side stories.
Right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day?
Sides.
What will it take just to find
The
that
debug,
special
no.
day?
There's 3 more.
Have I
Hold up,
found
we're not done yet. We're
everybody
halfway done.
an assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I
Wait, no, that's not
can't
true.
even read my own
There's 3 more, and then there's a 4th one.
when a smile says it all.
There's 4 more of these.
World won't write me any
Holy shit.
What will
Okay.
it take just for me to have it all?
Okay. Totals to 10. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me?
Finish the game in one stream? I literally cannot. I will die.
Is it love if I take your is it love if I set you free?
But we're probably gonna end up playing this again tomorrow because I need to find it all.
How can I write love into reality?
When will Lil Shinobi rap over this hard beat? Eventually. My voice hurts so fucking much. Yo, they do have a gaming. They do have video games. I didn't even notice that. Yo, they're cute as hell. Alright. Do I have any more thick ass pictures I can add? Not really. Hey, yo, they play in Dark Souls though. That image is just cute? Yes. Yes, it is. And it's Yuri and Monica who are the 2 best girls anyway, so. Alright, so basically what this is gonna turn into. Oh wait, it's a sad song, help! I need Sayonara. Okay, sorry. We're gonna have to replay this game again. Yeah, so what we're gonna have to do is play this game again tomorrow! Whenever I wake up. Because there's 4 more side stories. Smiley face, which means we're gonna have to play Doki Doki Literature Club again tomorrow. Because I need to know how the side stories end now, because they're cute. I assume what you have to do is, Monica has a PS3 confirmed. True. I guess full send to one of the characters. Yeah, so I think the idea would be we're gonna have to full play through the game again, but we're gonna have to
write the stories for the other characters. So we're gonna have to do a full playthrough of the game. The first time we'll go for Sayori because the second time through the game we won't be able to go for Sayori. I guess spoilers don't really matter. She hangs herself, so we can't really go for her the second time. Yo, I have, holy shit, look at my completion, baby. 55%. I'm killing it right now. Leia leaves her hanging in the morning to take cupcakes to home to school. Yeah, I know. Oh, cool. You can do the box thing too. There's so many more though. Like, cute. Look at all the cute pictures, chat. We did it. DLC selects 3 random special poems to appear when it is started for the. Oh, cool. Okay, so as you play through, you just get so many then. Now we have a company that's in DLC canon. True. Yeah, it's whatever it's called, Meta. Yeah, Meta whatever. Okay. Chat, we did it. That's day 1 of Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. There's so much in this fucking game now. Why'd you link Flippin' Patty's play? Other than to make me.
Yeah.
To reset? I know, but I'm going to bed. So I'll see you guys tomorrow
Hey, shout out Misty one time.
to play
Happy birthday, playa.
Doki Doki again. Alright? Have a good night, and I'll see you whenever I wake up.